Although a soldier by profession, I have never felt any sort of fondness for war, and I have never advocated it, except as a means of peace.
Those are the words of Ulysses S. Grant, our 18th president, and the subject of this, the 18th episode of the Dead Presidents Podcast.
Hello and welcome to episode 18 of the Dead Presidents Podcast. I'm Stephen Lincoln Douglas.
And I'm James J. Hamilton.
And we're here, ready to bring you the life of Ulysses S. Grant. Now this is an epic one, James.
Indeed. We're already at a loss for
words, but I suppose we'll begin at the beginning, shall we?
Yeah, it begins with some dude named Hiram.
That's right. Hiram Ulysses Grant, born in Point Pleasant, Ohio, 1822. His mother, Hannah Simpson Grant, was quiet, reserved, and dignified, but rarely showed affection or humor. Hiram was her father's name, but the future president was always called by his middle name, Ulysses. His father, Jesse Root Grant, grew up poor, but became a successful leather tanner and merchant. He becomes active in politics as a Whig Party sympathizer, Freemason, and outspoken abolitionist, writing editorials in an abolitionist newspaper in the 1830s. He's going to run for office here and there, unsuccessfully, but then he becomes the mayor of Georgetown, Ohio in 1837. So the Grants are going to pull up and moving over to Georgetown. That's not too long after Ulysses was born, and the Grants would go on to have 5 more children.
Yep, he was the oldest. As a boy, he was pretty awkward, introverted, very polite. He developed a lifelong habit of never swearing. He would often be a protector of smaller children and defenseless animals, standing up to bullies.
That's nice.
He was revolted by the smell of his father's leather tannery.
Yeah.
And he knew he never wanted to take over that family business.
That's right, and that's another thing that may be surprising about who Grant would become is he got sick at the sight of blood.
Yep.
His early experiences with his father's tannery kind of scarred him a little bit, and he just got ill at the sight of blood and the stank of death.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing that he picked up in childhood was a love for horses. He became an expert horseman at an early age. There's one story of a traveling circus coming to his town. They claimed that the pony they had could throw off any rider. Young Ulysses accepted the challenge. He got on that pony, and he stayed on that pony. They even put a circus monkey onto his shoulders, and he still hung on.
Wow. The tenacity.
Yep.
Despite of the monkey.
He would start using horses to haul loads for his father's business, and when he was only 10 years old, he was transporting passengers on a 40-mile trip to Cincinnati.
Seems like he could turn into a success here, perhaps.
Well.
Now, Jesse Grant lacked educational opportunities growing up, but he wanted to make sure that his children were educated. Ulysses attended a village schoolhouse where he excelled in mathematics. When Jesse's business success increased, he sent Ulysses to expensive private academies, including one operated by abolitionist Reverend John Rankin, who conducted slaves on the Underground Railroad. Ulysses was an average student and lacked ambition, vaguely aspiring to be a farmer or trader. His overbearing father took matters into his own hands and solicited his congressman, Thomas Hamer, to nominate Ulysses for the military academy to West Point. Ulysses, initially, he's going to refuse.
Yeah, Jesse didn't ask him if he wanted to go to
Right.
West Point.
He was
He
told.
told him, you got in.
And he's like, no. But his father is going to insist. And so he must relent. At the age of 17, the 117-pound, 5'2" Hiram Ulysses Grant arrives at West Point.
Well, that's not the name they have him registered under, though.
That's right. There's a little bit of a discrepancy. A congressman had nominated him under the name Ulysses S. Grant, mistakenly assuming that Ulysses was his first name and that his middle name was his mother's maiden name, Simpson. Grant acquiesces in the error.
Yeah, he pretty much just...
He kind of likes it.
Yeah.
He's fine with it. He didn't like the fact that Hiram Ulysses Grant, he didn't like that the acronym was HUG.
Yeah.
He didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. So he's U.S. Grant.
And he much prefers it.
U.S. also stood for Uncle Sam at the time, so the other cadets give him the nickname Sam. And he's being called Sam Grant.
Yeah.
A far cry from his birth name. But...
Indeed.
And he's in military academy now.
That's it. And that means...
It's a tough life.
Indeed. It means rather Spartan conditions.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, it's...
A lot of studying.
Yep. They got math, engineering, geography. They're also learning military theory and history. They're studying the campaigns of Napoleon, Frederick the Great, Julius Caesar.
Grant kind of continues to be somewhat lackluster as a student.
Yeah.
But still excels in math. Math seems to be his strong point.
Yeah,
he's got a thing for numbers.
He starts thinking he might be a math professor someday.
Yeah.
And, but it's tough there. He doesn't really like it.
Yeah.
He later said that he would have quit if he could have, but, that's really not acceptable from his father.
Yeah.
He, would have went home in, shame had he quit, so
right.
He toughed it out.
Yeah, and he is there with an all-star studded cast of fellow cadets.
Of future all-stars.
Right. It's really what would become like your dream team of soldiers as far as American campaigns go. You have William Tecumseh Sherman, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, James Longstreet, John Pope, George H. Thomas, George Pickett, George B. McClellan. A laundry list of future all-stars, if you will.
Grant's classmates. So when they start fighting, some of them on opposite sides, they know each other.
Yeah.
And Grant would use his, personal knowledge of some of these Confederate generals to his advantage.
Indeed. At the time, Grant, quiet, reserved, but he develops a reputation for fairness and fearlessness. His roommate, Fred Dent, said Grant, quote, always wanted to do what was right, and we all had great respect for him. Longstreet remembers Grant for his modesty and his, quote, thoroughness in the accomplishment of whatever task was assigned him. Longstreet also noted that Grant's horsemanship was, quote, the most proficient in the academy. Grant, he's going to become known for his ability to break unruly horses. During a graduation exercise in front of a large crowd, Grant rode a horse that the other cadets were afraid of and set an academy high jump record that stood for decades.
Yeah, that was a legendary story about young Grant.
Yeah.
That was 1843, at his graduation after 4 years. He finished 21st in the class of 39, although that was 39 who graduated. The initial class had about 80, so half never even made it.
Yeah.
But he's not, he's not near the top of the class. But
no.
He graduated, and that's pretty much all he cared about.
That's it. He doesn't really, he's not thinking the Army is a career.
No, I mean,
He thinks he's going to leave.
He has, at the time of graduation, he has 4 more years on his enlistment, but he plans to leave as soon as those 4 years are over.
He figures, all right, we'll stick through this, and that'll be that.
Yeah.
But that's going to bring us to a new chapter in Grant's life.
Yep. You're in the Army now.
That's it. He's heading over to St. Louis, Missouri.
Yep. He's a brevet second lieutenant, and he's going to go wherever they tell him to go now.
That's it.
And first, that's Jefferson Barracks outside St. Louis, where he is under the command of Colonel Stephen Watts Kearny of future Mexican-American War fame.
That's right.
Now, Grant, he wants to be in the cavalry, and you'd think he's the best horseman in the academy.
That's
Why
it.
wouldn't he
Seems
be?
common sense.
Those assignments are kind of given out by class rank almost.
Right. So even though he's the best horseman,
he's turned
even
down.
according to somebody like Longstreet, he's turned down. He's 21st.
Yep. He's still thinking about, maybe he can go back to West Point as a math professor. But his old roommate, Fred Dent, he just happened to grow up about 5 miles away from the barracks here outside St. Louis at a plantation called Whitehaven. And Grant went by to pay a call on the Dent family. Mm-hmm. And that's where he's going to meet in February 1844 Dent's eldest sister, Julia, who had just graduated from finishing school.
Yeah, Grant would later say that it was love at first sight.
Yep, she considered him, quote, handsome, kind, honest, brave, like a knight from one of the romances I used to read.
That's it, and Grant was attracted to Julia's warm and affectionate personality. She was short and stout and had a congenital lazy eye. She later told a friend, quote, I used to cry when I was a little girl because I was so ugly. She grew up pampered by slaves and later claimed that her family slaves were all very happy and were demoralized by the Civil War when all the comforts of slavery passed away forever.
Yeah,
Ouch.
That's not the comforts for the slave-owning family, but the comforts for the slaves themselves. That great job security.
Yes. Grant began visiting Whitehaven 4 times a week and forged a deep bond with Julia. Her father opposed the relationship because he didn't think Grant could financially support Julia in the style to which she was accustomed, and furthermore, didn't think she could handle the rigors of army life. Now, that's a tough wife. Oh, sorry, it's a tough life for a wife.
Yep.
You gotta be a tough wife
to handle the life.
And that's it. That brings us to spring 1844.
Well, yeah, just as an example of how tough the life is.
That's it.
Grant learns that his regiment is going to be transferred to Louisiana. He takes that final opportunity to declare his love and ask Julia to marry him. She said that she would rather be engaged, so they agree to an engagement, but they keep it secret from her family.
Yeah.
And then he heads off. Because if you'll recall, maybe episodes 11 and 12.
Yeah.
It's 1844, and the U.S. is annexing the independent Republic of Texas.
That's right.
Which is going to provoke a war with Mexico, because Mexico does not recognize the independence of Texas.
Indeed. And Grant's regiment is posted right there on the Texas border as part of the Army of Observation under the command of General Zachary Taylor. Now, Grant, he's a pretty big admirer of Taylor. He likes his plan, he likes his unpretentious style, and he likes his, quote, blunt, honest, and stern character. Taylor, in turn, is going to quickly promote Grant from brevet second lieutenant to full second lieutenant, saying, quote, I wish I had more officers like Grant who would stand ready to set a personal example when needed.
Yeah, Taylor is a big influence on Grant.
Absolutely.
Really seems that he's like kind of the person Grant modeled himself on.
I feel the same way.
As a general, certainly in his like personal style.
Yeah, absolutely. That rough and ready style.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of military officers, they like wearing their fancy uniforms and showing off.
They
and
love the pomp. They love the ceremony.
Taylor was just wearing like a dirty old like set of clothes, and
just being bad.
That's what, it's the kind of guy, like when Grant in the Civil War, people will meet the famous General Grant, and they'll be like, oh, that's the famous General Grant.
That slovenly
He's the plainest looking guy in the room. But Grant's fine with that because that was what worked for Taylor.
Yeah.
And he really took to Taylor.
It's psychologically badass, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Just, to not give a fig about all the pomp and ceremony and just be bad. And that's what's going to commence.
Yep.
March 1846, President Polk orders Taylor to advance to the Rio Grande, which Polk considers to be the border of Texas, but which Mexico considers its own territory. In April, the war is going to break out. Mexican troops fire on an American patrol. American blood is spilt on, quote, American soil.
Yep.
And this means war.
Yeah, and you're going to have young Ulysses Grant fighting in his first battle.
That's right.
Battle of Palo Alto, where the outnumbered American army repulsed the Mexicans with superior artillery fire, and Grant found that he remained cool under fire, was not perturbed by the chaos of battle.
Yep.
The next day, the Americans pursue the Mexicans at the Reseca de la Palma, Grant leading his men through chaos, storming enemy lines.
Making a
really
good show for himself, really.
He's stepping up.
Taylor's going to continue his advance into Mexico, and Grant is going to be named acting assistant quartermaster for his regiment, an administrative position that gives him intimate knowledge of the logistics and supply issues that keeps armies in the field. Now, this is integral knowledge.
Yeah, that's really important to his development as a kind of big picture general.
Yeah, he's really getting the best course you can. Mm-hmm. This is far beyond West Point.
Right.
Grant takes an interest here.
Yeah, war isn't just about like fearlessly running into fire. It's also about like having like shoes and tents and food for troops. If you don't have those things, it doesn't matter how brave you are.
The planning, the strategy, it's all coming at this point, and he is really eating it up. And to have Taylor as a role model, I mean, where he lacked in his studies at school, he's starting to excel here because he's directly involved, and it's something that is interesting him.
Yep, he's going to fight in more battles. At Monterey, his regiment is going to go deep into the city when it starts to run out of ammunition, and Grant volunteered for a very dangerous mission. I think his commanding officer asked for a volunteer because he didn't want to pick a guy to do this because it just seemed like a suicide mission almost. Grant, he needs to go get more supplies. And he jumps on a horse, and he's going to ride at full gallop, hanging off the side of the horse.
Right.
So that the horse is shielding him from enemy fire. And he makes it out unscathed.
Try and picture that. Clinging to the side of a horse while it's on full gallop, and you are under fire.
Mm-hmm.
Remarkable feat.
Then his unit is going to end up transferred onto General Winfield Scott's command when he opens up the second front by the amphibious landing at Veracruz.
Right.
And now when he's in Scott's army, Grant's going to serve alongside George B. McClellan, P.G.T. Beauregard, and Robert E. Lee.
Yeah.
He was a good, 15 or 16 years older than him.
Yeah, and a first-rate scout.
Lee is a rising star in the Army at this time, and Grant's going to remember him.
That's for sure. Now, when Scott breaks away from coastal supply lines to begin his march on Mexico City, quartermasters like Grant are going to be the ones that ensure that the Army can live off the land. At the Battle of Molino del Rey, Grant leads troops in the capture of a crucial enemy position, and he gets promoted to brevet first lieutenant. Outside Mexico City, Grant placed a howitzer in a church steeple, creating a commanding position that enabled American troops to overrun one of the city gates. Grant is again promoted to brevet captain, really rising.
Yep. Well, he fought in every major battle of the war, except for Buena Vista.
Yeah, save Buena Vista.
That's the one Taylor fought after Grant's unit was transferred out.
Yeah.
But he later writes that he was, quote, bitterly opposed to the war, its aim of territorial gains, which he felt was intended for the expansion of slavery, and he called the war, quote, one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation.
Yeah. Grant, not exactly a fan of the policies of the Polk administration, nor of the Democrats, really.
Yeah. And that, I mean, I think that's from his memoir, so that's written from
a later standpoint.
From after the Civil War.
Yeah. We could assume probably that at this point he's more or less apolitical. He has his opinion, but he's not going to state it for any type of political gain.
I mean, he's
because we've talked about generals and how Taylor had never even voted.
Mm-hmm.
He had zero interest in politics when he was nominated for president.
Mm-hmm. Well, Grant, he's in an interesting position because his father's an abolitionist.
Right.
Very outspoken at a time when that was still kind of just getting going. And then he's marrying into a slave-owning family.
Mm-hmm.
He's right in the kind of border state region of the United States.
Yeah. He's kind of rent asunder by circumstance.
Well, but he's the kind of guy, he has sympathy for the Mexicans that he sees.
He does.
He thought that they were very courageous soldiers led by inept generals.
Well, we've talked about there's so much infighting on the Mexican side in that war.
Yeah. He was also very enchanted by the Mexican landscape and starts hatching up a plan to settle his family out west someday.
That's right.
He really likes the area.
That's it. But if he's going to settle a family in the west someday, he's got to make that family.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so Grant leaves Mexico in the summer of 1848, headed to St. Louis, where he marries Julia Dent after a 4-year engagement.
Yep.
Grant's abolitionist parents disapproved, naturally, of the slave-owning Dent family, and they would refuse to attend the wedding. Now, Grant does not have much employment opportunity at this point.
Yeah, and at this point, he's coming to the end of his initial enlistment.
Right.
But,
so he's got to make a choice.
Well, he doesn't really have many choices. He's going to stay in the Army. And he's going to be sent around. He gets sent to Detroit. Then he goes to Sackett's Harbor, New York, which is on the Canadian border. Then he's sent back to Detroit. Then he's sent back to Sackett's Harbor. And this whole, shuffle is pretty boring for him.
Yeah.
For peacetime, there's not really much to do. He's going to pass the time by racing horses, playing cards, reading. Julia's going to start to manage her own household without slaves for the first time. And they're going to have their first son, named Frederick Dent Grant, in honor of Julia's father. Then 1852 rolls around and Grant is going to be transferred again to the Pacific coast. And that's quite a journey at the time.
Yeah.
And he's worried that his 2-year-old son and Julia, who is pregnant again, will not be able to make that journey. So he reluctantly insisted that they stay behind and live with the Dent family.
Yeah.
While he heads off on another adventure.
Yeah, he's headed to the West Coast. So, in New York, Grant's unit boards an extremely overcrowded ship alongside hundreds of civilian travelers that took them to Panama, where they endured a hellish march to the Pacific coast amidst an outbreak of cholera and shortages of food and mules. Grant is going to exhibit great leadership during this crisis, in which many died, using his quartermaster skills to scrape together supplies and establishing temporary hospitals to treat the sick.
Yeah, this was really just a hellish ordeal.
Everything went Pete Tong.
Like, it was, it was worse than anything he'd seen in the war.
Yeah.
It was just traveling to the West Coast.
That's it.
Across Panama. Just overcrowding, terrible planning. I think they were being ripped off by whoever was supposed to supply food.
Yeah.
And I think the ship had multiple times as many people on it as it was supposed to.
Yeah.
You can't imagine
just bad.
His 2-year-old son and pregnant wife probably would have died.
Yeah. Yeah, good choice that they stayed behind.
Well, he's going to be stationed on the Columbia River in Oregon Territory, a desolate and isolated posting. By the time he gets word that Julia had given birth to Ulysses S. Grant Jr., the child is already 4 months old.
Wow.
And Grant misses his family severely.
Yeah.
It's the gold rush now.
That's it. Yeah, this is amidst the gold rush. Grant is seeing civilians getting rich all around him, and he's hoping to cash in on a big score. He wants to bring his family out west. But
he needs money.
He needs money. And his business instincts were terrible.
Yeah.
He's very easily taken advantage of by swindlers. He squanders his savings multiple times.
Yeah, he's got all these get-rich-quick schemes, and he loans money to people who don't pay him back. He deposits money with people who abscond with it. He tried to, start a farming thing that went under. He tried to supply ice. Probably all melted.
Yeah.
It went wrong. He tried to open a billiard room. I think someone absconded with the money there.
Yeah. Every single thing he tries just inevitably goes Pete Tong.
Yep. In 1854, he's transferred to Fort Humboldt in Northern California, where his drinking problem is going to catch up with him.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned Grant's drinking yet. I think we could assume that he imbibed, but perhaps it wasn't particularly a problem yet.
Well, I think he struggled with it for a while, and he was really not able to control himself once he started drinking. He would avoid alcohol completely for long periods of time, and then he would go on binges.
Take a little bender.
Yeah, usually when he's, bored and lonely and doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
In the Mexican-American War, he didn't drink, on campaign, but then after the war, stationed in Mexico City, he's drinking heavily. Is that when Franklin Pierce was there, the Aztec Club?
The Aztec Club, yep.
And then he didn't drink around his family. When he's with Julia, he never drinks.
Right.
Times when she would be away from home, he'd drink. And he has acknowledged by this time that he can't safely drink any amount of alcohol. In Beckett's Harbor, he had joined a temperance organization and taken a temperance pledge.
Yeah.
He knew it was a problem. He took it seriously, but it haunted him.
Yeah.
It's something that's going to continue haunting him, and now when he's isolated on the West Coast, he's missing his family.
Yeah.
He's overtaken by self-pity and despair, and he starts drinking pretty frequently.
Yeah. He later admits, quote, "When I have nothing to do, I get blue and depressed. I have a natural craving for drink. And when I was on the coast, I got in a depressed condition and got to drinking." His commanding officer, the strict Colonel Robert Buchanan, was prepared to reprimand him for drinking, but agreed to withdraw the charge and instead had Grant write out his own resignation, omitting the date, with the understanding that if Grant was caught drinking again, his resignation would be accepted. Now that is pretty wild.
Yeah. Well, and that was the, that was the break that he the officer gave him to not charge him
Yeah.
yet. But soon thereafter, Grant was drunk on duty again, and Buchanan insisted that he resign or face court-martial charges.
Yeah.
His friends encouraged him to stand trial, believing that he would be exonerated, but Grant was afraid of Julia finding out about the charges. So he submitted his resignation.
Yeah.
He later wrote in his memoirs that he resigned so that he could rejoin his family, and he never publicly acknowledged his drinking problem, but he privately admitted that, quote, the vice of intemperance had not a little to do with my decision to resign. After his resignation was formally accepted by then War Secretary Jefferson Davis,
Yeah.
his father, Jesse Grant, took the liberty of writing to Davis asking him to reverse the decision and allow Grant to return to the Army after a leave of absence to visit his family. Grant wasn't asking for this, but his father is
Right.
trying to undo his decision.
And Davis is going to reject it.
Yeah. Grant had not stated any reason for his resignation.
Yeah.
And that's it for Grant's Army days.
Yeah, that's it. It looks like at this point, he's done. He's 32 years old and he's going to enter civilian life. His father offers him a job in Galena, Illinois, at the leather goods store, but only on the condition that Julia and the children remain in Missouri with the Dents. Now, Jesse Grant doesn't think too highly of Julia. He thinks that she is an extravagant spendthrift, and he disapproves of her slave-owning family. I mean, he's an abolitionist, you know. Now, Grant is going to get his heckles up and refuse his father's offer. He's already suffered being apart from his family, and Ulysses Jr. is now more than 2 years old by the time that Grant first sees him.
Yeah. He's been away from his family long enough. He's not going to willingly part from them again.
That's almost unthinkable.
Well, but he doesn't have a lot of options, so they're going to move in with Julia's father. Grant's going to start farming a 60-acre plot that she had been given as a wedding gift, and he's going to work really hard.
Yeah.
He's busting his ass during the winter. He's selling firewood on the street of St. Louis. He built a log cabin, which he named Hardscrabble, moved his family there out of the luxurious Dent mansion, which Julia is not a fan of.
She loathes
of living in this cabin, even though he's kind of proud of it.
Yep.
During these years, she gives birth to their daughter, Ellen, another son, Jesse. Then, after Julia's mother died, her father moved to St. Louis and rented the mansion Whitehaven to the Grants, giving Grant a lot more land to farm.
Yeah. Now, Grant, definitely a hard worker. Can't take that against him. However, no knowledge of farming.
Mm-hmm.
And unlike his slave-owning neighbors, he hires free people of color for fair wages. In 1857, his crop yielded only a fraction of what he hopes for, while a national economic depression crushes his chances of recovery.
Yeah, thanks, James Buchanan.
Right. The following year, Grant needs to sell off his stock and farming equipment. He owned one slave that he had received as a gift from Julia's father, but rather than sell the man for as much as $1,000, Grant files papers to formally free him.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, one slave he ever, just kind of gets handed to him, and when a time when he is penniless, he just frees the slave rather than selling him.
Yeah. And for good money.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been a lot of money to him at the time.
Right.
He's going to become a partner with Julia's cousin, Harry Boggs, in a real estate business. Briefly.
Yeah, he's working as a rent collector.
Yeah. But he's too nice of a guy. He doesn't have the heart to go paying people for rent.
Yeah.
He also applied for a position as county engineer, but that is a political job, and it was given to a Republican because Grant, he's associated with the staunchly Democratic Dent family.
Yeah.
In the minds of the locals. Grant is so destitute at this point, he had to pawn his gold watch to buy Christmas presents for his children.
Yeah.
He's getting to a pretty low point.
Yeah, things aren't fantastic. But Jesse Grant is by now a very rich merchant who owns several tanneries and leather goods stores in several states. He's turned active management of his business over to his sons Simpson and Orville, and in 1860, he acquiesces when Simpson offered Ulysses a job in the Galena, Illinois leather goods store for $800 a year. Grant takes the job, moves his family to Illinois. He is over $1,500 in debt at this point. He's going to work diligently at the store, but he has little aptitude for the work. It seems that whenever he's doing something that he would consider tedious or mundane, he just doesn't see the point in it and doesn't apply himself as much as perhaps he could. And then in other points where it's active, in Mexico, and then later, of course, he excels.
Well, yeah, working in a leather goods store, he struggled to remember the prices of things that are on sale.
Yeah.
And he has no salesmanship for people coming into the store.
Yeah,
That's just
not a good salesman.
Yeah. Not part of his makeup. Now you got Grant. He is 38 years old. He's deeply in debt. He is working in a menial job under the supervision of his little brother.
Yeah.
He is a failure.
Yeah.
Every money-making endeavor he touched had turned to shit.
Yep. Everything went pear-shaped.
The only thing he had ever been good at was leading troops in wartime, and he left the army in disgrace.
Yeah.
He had no prospects. Looks like he's going to spend the rest of his life in poverty, relying on the charity of family members to support his wife and children.
And that's family members that do not get along.
No.
Family to family.
Looks
The
like...
world seems to have no use for Ulysses S. Grant.
No. But then...
April 12th, 1861.
South Carolina secessionists fired on Fort Sumter in the Charleston Harbor. On April 15th, President Abraham Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to bring rebellious southern states back into the Union.
And what is Ulysses S. Grant to do?
Well, his life's gonna change.
That's it.
Right after we get back from this word from our sponsors.
Thanks for listening.
The Dead Presidents Podcast is brought to you in part by Isaac Staples, who publishes this important notice. Wife wanted. She must be short, thick-set, with black curly hair and a keen black eye. Her age I am not so particular about, say anywhere from 35 to 40. You heard that, listeners. Our sponsor, Isaac Staples, is in the market for a bride, and if you meet his specifications, you may have just found your new husband. But if you're a tall, thin, blue-eyed, 20-something blonde, you can just fast-forward past this ad because Isaac Staples ain't interested, honey. He's looking for a dame with a low center of gravity, wider than she is tall, THICC, with inky hair and a piercing raven's eye that can see right through the schemes of her husband's enemies. And if she's pushing 40, that would be ideal. Listeners, if that's you, slide into our DMs, and pretty soon you could be sliding down the aisle with our sponsor, Isaac Staples.
We're also proud to be sponsored by Hopkins Magic Gold Dust. Hopkins Magic Gold Dust is the only natural and complete remedy for sores and wounds on horses and cattle. It heals scratches, thrush, paw evil, fistula quitor, sore back, sore tongue, galls, fresh cuts, sore teats on cows, hoof rot, and more. Sold by all druggists. Manufactured and prepared only by John H. Hopkins, proprietor. Listeners, is your herd falling victim to rampant hoof rot? Do your horses suffer scratches and cuts that just won't heal? Do your cows complain of sore teats every time you milk them? Have other so-called remedies failed you time and again? Then it's time you tried Hopkins Magic Gold Dust. If you give even half a shit about your livestock, you'll soon be applying prodigious amounts of magic gold dust to their festering sores and wounds, and watching them heal immediately. Using any other product is tantamount to animal cruelty. That's a message from our sponsor, Hopkins Magic Gold Dust.
Now a word from our sponsor, Dionys Fitch, who publishes this important notice. This is to give notice that my wife, Agnes, has left my bed and board without any just cause or provocation, and I forbid all persons to harbor or trust her on my account, as I will not pay any bills of her contracting. Listeners, be on the lookout for Agnes Fitch, who left her poor husband Dionys for no good reason, and is now apparently gallivanting around town, threatening to run up debts in his name. What does it say about the state of affairs in this country when a good man can be treated so heartlessly by his lawfully wedded wife?
This just in, we have a breaking news update. Agnes Fitch, wife of Dionys Fitch, has just purchased her own ad on our show. Let's see what she has to say for herself. This is to give notice that I left the bed and board of my husband, Dionys Fitch, not without just provocation, but on account of his ill treatment. I could not live with him and consider my life safe. Not only did he misuse me himself, but he encouraged my children to do so. He never gave me any money for housekeeping purposes while I lived with him, and I never ran him in debt then, so there is no need for him to fear that I shall endeavor to get trusted on his account now that I have left him. I stood his ill treatment for years, and having no other recourse for safety, I left him, as he has more than once threatened to kill me. Listeners, we would like to retract our earlier statements sympathizing with Dionys Fitch. We're going to go on record and say he now appears to be an epic piece of shit. Even if he threatens to kill us, or encourages his piece of shit children to do so, we're going to stand behind Agnes, who is not the only one Dionys has ill-treated, after having fraudulently induced this noble podcast into publishing his libelous slander of a long-suffering and blameless woman. This has not been a message from our ex-sponsor, Dionys Fitch.
And now, back to the show.
And welcome back to this, the 18th episode of the Dead Presidents Podcast. We're discussing the life of Ulysses S. Grant.
And now, the Civil War has broken out.
That's it. Now, Grant, he's never been politically active, but he's well-read. He keeps up with the times. He knows what's been building up to Civil War. He knows it firsthand, just from within his own family.
Yep.
The Dents and the Grants, diametrically opposed. The slave-owning Dents, the abolitionist Grants.
Mm.
And so here is Ulysses, right in the middle, like many northern whites opposed to slavery in theory, but he's worried that abolitionism could split up the Union.
Yeah, in 1856, he voted for James Buchanan, fearing that a victory for the Republican candidate would provoke secession.
That's right. We had John C. Fremont running as the first Republican candidate in 1856. Now, for Grant to vote for Buchanan, it seems to be going a little bit against his own personal views, but for fear.
Yep, and then 1860, he was not eligible to vote in Illinois because he had just moved there, but he considered himself a Stephen Douglas man in that election. But despite this ambivalence, when secession and rebellion happened, his views were crystallized.
Indeed.
He was adamantly opposed to secession as unconstitutional. He denounced President Buchanan as, quote, a granny of an executive for failing to do anything about it.
Indeed.
When the seceded states adopted the Confederate Constitution, Grant said, quote, Davis and the whole gang ought to be hung.
Yeah.
Well, then war starts. And the day after Lincoln called for troops, Grant attended a recruitment meeting in Galena, Illinois, where the lawyer John Rawlins gave a rousing, patriotic speech.
That's right. Grant later recalled, quote, I never went into our leather store again. Grant's going to chair a...
point.
That's it. It is the turning point. Grant's going to chair a second recruitment meeting and outline basic facts of military organization for his inexperienced fellow citizens.
Yeah, this is where the one thing he's good at comes into play.
Right.
He's going, everyone's,
we left him a complete failure.
Yeah.
Now,
the nation's
opportunities reared and he's going to pounce.
Yeah, everybody in town's enthusiastic. They're going to sign up, but they don't know the first thing. And he's there telling them, this is how many men are in a company. This is how many men are in a regiment. These are like the most basic facts.
Yep.
He knows all that stuff.
That's it.
They offer him to be the captain of the newly formed company, but he turns it down, believing that he should qualify for higher rank.
Yeah.
And he is in luck, having moved to Galena, Illinois, because the congressman of that district is Elihu Washburn, who is a very close friend of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
And he's going to become a very proud patron of Grant.
That's right.
His home district boy.
Yeah, he's going to introduce him to the governor of Illinois, who's going to go on to appoint him a military aide and put him in charge of drilling new militia recruits.
He's going to be whipping people into shape.
That's it, and they're going to need it, because you got a lot of young men here. Now, if you look at the veterans of the Mexican War and what they became in the Civil War, you got some great rooks, bishops, and knights, but where are your pawns? And who's going to train them? Well, Grant is.
Yep. And speaking of those Mexican-American War veterans, Grant, in seeking a higher commission for himself, he goes to Cincinnati to try to get a meeting with the regular Army commander there, who is Major General George B. McClellan.
Right.
But McClellan remembers Grant from his drunken days in the Pacific Northwest, and he completely ignores Grant.
Right.
Never even meets with him. But luckily, the governor of Illinois is going to promote Grant to colonel, give him command of the 21st Illinois Volunteer Infantry Regiment.
Yeah. Grant is stationed in western Illinois. He's going to lead his men across the border into Missouri, where secessionists fled from his advance. Washburn's influence with Lincoln is going to secure Grant a pretty unexpected promotion to Brigadier General of Volunteers.
Yeah, I think this might have been the promotion that he read in the paper that he was promoted.
Yeah.
But yeah, Grant was really in the right place at the right time.
That's it.
He's in Illinois at a time when a guy from Illinois just got elected president. His hometown congressman is a close friend. Like, he's very accidentally, like, juiced in politically.
Yeah.
To get himself promotion, because he's a guy who actually knows what he's doing here.
Yeah.
When so many people are just flying by the seat of their pants.
That's it. And that's going to bring us to Paducah. Let's talk about Paducah.
That's where Grant first shines as an officer, really. On September 1st, 1861, the Western Department commander, Major General John C. Fremont, he named Grant as commander of the District of Southeast Missouri. So Grant establishes his headquarters at Cairo, Illinois, which is the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, an extremely important strategic location.
Indeed.
So he's right in a very important place. He appoints Captain John Rawlins as his chief of staff, beginning a lifelong partnership. Rawlins is going to become Grant's most trusted subordinate, his staunchest defender.
Right.
And yeah, here he's right at the, border state region.
Yeah. At the outset of the Civil War, the border states are probably the biggest hotbeds in terms of what's going to happen, what direction this is going to take, how long is it going to last. Mm-hmm. And here's Grant on the hotbed.
Kentucky wants to remain neutral at the outset of war.
Yeah.
There's a lot of internal division with both sides jockeying for control of the state. Militarily, Confederate forces under Major General Leonidas Polk are going to violate Kentucky's neutrality and occupy Columbus, Kentucky on the Mississippi River. When Grant sees that, he takes it upon himself to hurry up and occupy Paducah, Kentucky at the confluence of the Ohio and Tennessee rivers, which is a major railroad hub.
Yeah.
And that, kind of aggressive move is going to establish a very strong Union position.
Right, as well as win the approval of President Lincoln.
Yeah. If he had just sat back and let the Confederates keep occupying places, they might have lost Kentucky without a shot being fired.
Indeed. It was a very important move. And Grant seizing that initiative, again, and, I've harkened back to it once or twice. It just seems like when Grant is in the moment, he's brilliant. Mm-hmm. But when he's faced with, something tedious, schoolwork, or just being generally off duty, those tasks he just does not take an inkling to.
Yeah, and right here, the thing that sets him apart is his aggression. And that's going to keep setting him apart. Like when he first, when he had his first command and he moved across the border into Missouri and the Confederates who were stationed there fled from his advance. He's, he realized something, if he didn't already know from the Mexican-American War, but he realized something that would really seem to evade other Union generals, which is the other guys are just as afraid as you are.
Yeah.
And if when he becomes he's a master of the psychology of war.
He really is.
And he puts himself in the enemy's mindset and he, really takes the fight to them. A lot of other Union generals are going to sit around planning, trying to wait for everything to be perfect. It never is.
That's right.
They're always overestimating the enemy's strength.
McClellan, classic example of overestimating the enemy's strength and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Grant knows that the guys on the other side are just men.
Yeah.
He knows who a lot of their commanders are because he knows them personally, and they're just men as well. And if you, run right at them, they're going to be as scared as you guys are.
That's it.
So he's not afraid.
Not at all. No, and it's going to come into play and help him. Here, directly, you got November 1861. Grant's given an order to make a feint against Confederate forces at Columbus, Kentucky to prevent them from being used to reinforce a Confederate army fighting in Missouri. Grant descends the Mississippi River with 3,000 men. He sees that Belmont, Missouri, across the river from Columbus, is lightly defended. He orders an attack. Grant's men attacked with vigor, and Confederate forces under Brigadier General Gideon Pillow collapsed into a full retreat. Grant's men break into celebration, and Grant had to torch the enemy camp to get his men under control and stop their plundering. Huge move.
Yeah. And his men fight good. I mean, they're not afraid either.
Yeah.
This is the first, real taste of battle. And
he seems to have inspired them.
They go in hard. And then, but, he's marching his men back to their transports when Confederate reinforcements from across the river arrive and attack. And they're going to have to fight their way back to their boats. And they do. They make it back. They escape back upriver, both sides suffering similar casualties, both sides viewing the Battle of Belmont as a victory.
Yeah.
Confederates, they felt they forced Grant to retreat while he feels that he accomplished his objective. Because those troops there, they're not going anywhere to reinforce anybody now.
Right.
He has pinned them down. But in the North, they're going to celebrate this battle because it's pretty much the only example of fearless aggression by a Union general.
That's it.
Here in the first year of the war.
Yeah. If you look at the early battles of the Civil War, this is the first one where you see some serious Union aggression.
Yeah.
And a serious push.
Yeah, the war started off, people, in the North thinking, man, this is going to be easy. This is going to be real quick.
Yeah.
And then there's the Battle of Bull Run, when the Union Army flees in shame.
Yeah.
And then everyone realizes this is not going to be easy.
And that's first Manassas for all you Southerners.
Yeah. But Grant, he's going to be aggressive.
Yeah, that's it. So things are looking pretty good. Or are they?
Well, now that he's starting to make a name for himself, people are going to start...
Jealousy rears its ugly head.
His name.
And drinking allegations
are
going to come up.
January 62, Grant ordered the arrest of one Captain William Kuntz for corrupt practices in contracting for troop transports. Kuntz is going to retaliate by accusing Grant of, quote, beastly drunkenness.
Beastly drunkenness.
He claims that Grant drinks with traitors under a flag of truce, that he vomited all over the floor, that he lost his sword and uniform, that he attended a, quote, Negro ball while drunk.
Good God.
These specific charges are pretty wild embellishments.
Indeed.
John Rawlins is going to defend Grant's sobriety in a letter to Washburn, but there probably is a kernel of truth behind these accusations. Grant's tendency toward drinking binges during downtime.
Yeah.
Going to continue to dog him throughout the war. And then his critics and his jealous rivals are going to spread exaggerated rumors of constant drunkenness.
Right.
He keeps giving them little bits of ammunition.
Yeah.
So that they can, blow it out of proportion. And Rawlins, he's going to take it upon himself to shield Grant from temptation. Grant is going to make repeatedly solemn pledges to Rawlins that he's not going to touch a drop of liquor.
Yeah, Rawlins pretty much becomes Grant's sponsor.
Yeah.
And, honestly, he does a topping job.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, the only reports that hold any salt in regards to Grant's drinking during the entirety of the Civil War were during Vicksburg.
Yeah, there are a few here and there.
Yeah, but I think the only really believable charges could be made with the siege of Vicksburg.
Mm.
But we'll get to there. For now, the Confederate Army controls western Tennessee. They've constructed Fort Henry on the Tennessee River and Fort Donelson 12 miles away on the Cumberland River. In January 1862, Grant and Navy flag officer Andrew Foote considered these forts a weak spot in the Confederate defensive line, and they proposed an attack. The new department commander, General Henry Halleck, initially refused permission, but changes his mind after learning that Confederate reinforcements might be on their way, and after Lincoln complained to his generals about their inaction. Now this is going to be just a constant story for the Union for the early years of the Civil War. Constant inaction.
Yeah. You got a guy like Grant saying, hey, let's attack, and Halleck's like, everything's
But
not
should we?
perfect. But Lincoln got on his case, and he said yes. So with 15,000 men and 9 Navy gunboats, Grant and Foote sneak down the Tennessee River. They land at Fort Henry on February 4th.
And that's seriously no small feat. The fact that they were able to get through that blockade is a huge accomplishment in and of itself.
A lot of coordination.
Indeed.
But they kind of fall on Fort Henry by surprise. It's pretty quickly surrounded by the Army, bombarded by the Navy gunboats. Not a lot of guys in that fort. They surrender pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Then a week later, Grant marches 12 miles to Fort Donelson, which is defended by 16,000 Confederates. The Navy gunboats come down, but they get driven back by the fort's artillery. This one's going to be a fight.
Yeah.
The next morning, the Confederate Army launches a surprise attack coming out of the fort. They're going to try to break out of the siege.
And Grant wasn't expecting this.
He wasn't even there at the time it started. He's over on the...
They get taken by surprise.
Yeah, Grant's meeting with Foote on the Navy ships when he's under attack. The Union right almost collapsed. The Confederate generals didn't really press the advantage, and the Union Army was able to regroup.
Yeah, they tarry and dither about a bit too long.
Grant gets back on the battlefield, and he launches a counterattack. It's going to become his style. They retake the ground they lost that morning. Confederates are bottled back into the fort. More Union reinforcements come that night. The Confederate generals see their position as hopeless.
That's right. Yeah. First in command, John Floyd, former war secretary under James Buchanan, and second in command, Gideon Pillow, feared Union reprisals if captured and fled the fort, turning command over to Simon Bolivar Buckner, an old friend of Grant, who had loaned him money to get home when he resigned from the Army. Gonna get into some interesting stuff here. Buckner wrote to Grant requesting a truce and asking for terms of surrender. Grant writes back, quote, "No terms except unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move immediately upon your works." End quote. Buckner, he has no choice. He has to accept Grant's what he sees as, quote, ungenerous and unchivalrous terms. Now, Grant would also write in his memoirs about the bickering between Floyd and Pillow and Buckner over this whole thing. And
yeah, the Confederate generals pretty ignominiously slunk out of there.
Indeed.
Floyd, as you know, he was Buchanan's war secretary. Really, the North saw him as sending a lot of arms and ammunition to the South at the time they were seceding.
Yeah, we talked about that in the Buchanan episode a little bit, how he was trying to funnel arms to the South, and Buchanan claimed to have halted the order.
Yeah. So he's afraid that he will be prosecuted if he's captured.
And Gideon Pillow likens himself to Jesus Christ.
He thinks he's the greatest general there is.
Oh, he's better than Napoleon. He's better than Caesar.
And if he's captured, then,
then the war's over. And Grant writes in his memoirs, "I knew Pillow would do me better being out there."
Yeah. He said, if I had captured Pillow, I would have released him because there's no better thing he can do for the Union than be in command of a Confederate army.
That's it.
But yeah, they leave it to the old friend Buckner to surrender.
Yeah.
And this is a pretty big victory for Grant.
It is.
The Union lost 2,500 casualties against 1,500 Confederate casualties, but Grant captured 12,000 enemy soldiers, 48 artillery pieces.
And that's huge, because if you think about industry during the Civil War, one thing that the Confederate Army cannot afford to lose is artillery.
Mm-hmm. This Union victory, this compromised the Confederate position in the whole area. Right after this, they had to abandon Nashville. They abandoned Columbus, Kentucky. And the Union ends up in complete control of Kentucky and Western Tennessee.
Yeah, it's a devastating loss.
It was a real, dagger thrust right at the heart of this whole position.
Indeed.
And this is really the first major Union victory of the war.
That's right. So it's going to lead to Grant getting promoted to Major General. And, of course, the U.S. in U.S. Grant is now said to stand for unconditional surrender.
Yep. He's got himself a new nickname.
That's right. Now, Halleck and McClellan, they are jealous of Grant's success. So they're going to go ahead and spread the rumors that he's a drunkard.
Yep. And then, a Confederate spy's interference is going to prevent some of Grant's dispatches being delivered, and Halleck will baselessly accuse Grant of insubordination. He orders him to garrison Fort Henry and gives his field command to another general, although Lincoln and War Secretary Edwin Stanton asked Halleck to back up his charges against Grant, and he backed down.
Yeah.
Restored Grant to command.
Yep.
So things are moving quite along.
Indeed. Grant finds himself in an interesting position, really, this whole time.
Yeah,
it's going to bring us to Shiloh.
Yeah, like 1 year prior,
Yeah.
he's a total failed store clerk.
Yeah.
And now he is a major general who is getting favorable attention from the president.
Yeah.
Really distinguishing himself over a lot more higher ranking generals.
That's it. And now we've come to Shiloh, March 1862. Halleck orders Grant's Army of Tennessee and Don Carlos Buell's Army of Ohio to move against Albert Sidney Johnston's army concentrated near the Tennessee border at Corinth, Mississippi. Grant marched along the Tennessee River with 45,000 men, and on the night of April 5th, camped near a small church called Shiloh. He didn't fortify his camp because he didn't believe the Confederate army was nearby, but the next morning, Johnston launches a surprise attack with 40,000 men. Johnston's plan is to prevent Grant from joining with Buell and force him to retreat away from the river where his army could be destroyed. Caught unawares, the Union Army will suffer heavy losses, and they're going to have to fall back to a new line. Heavy fighting is going to continue throughout the day, and the Confederates keep advancing, but they are going to suffer a serious setback when Johnston was shot in the leg, the wound severing the femoral artery, and he bleeds to death. The South loses the man Jefferson Davis considers his best general.
Yep.
Albert Sidney Johnston, longtime veteran.
Mm-hmm.
His loss, a huge blow to the South. One of many that they are going to take.
But Union forces are still retreating. They retreat toward the river. They repulsed another charge, but the new commander, P.G.T. Beauregard, hero of the First Battle of Bull Run.
Yep, Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard.
He believes that he has Grant right where he wants him, and he's going to destroy him in the morning. But overnight, Buell's 17,000 men are ferried across the river to join up with Grant. Another 6,000 men who, kind of lost their way during the day, make it in. And in the morning, instead of Beauregard destroying Grant, much to Beauregard's surprise, Grant launches an attack on all fronts. And this is, again, where Grant, sets himself apart. This
Absolutely.
is the previous day, he suffered probably more casualties than any other day in the war.
Yeah,
His
it was
army
a complete disaster.
Suffers a disaster, is brutally, shoved back.
Yeah.
And what does he do the next morning? He doesn't like slink away to lick his wounds.
Nope.
He goes
full-fledged
right
assault.
back.
And
This is who Grant
obviously
is.
this catches Beauregard completely by surprise. And let's talk about some of the people on Grant's staff.
Yeah, one of his subordinate generals here is William Tecumseh Sherman.
Yeah.
And this is going to be his real big coming out party.
That's
during
it.
the war.
His performance right here is going to be a turning point in his life.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the end of the day, Beauregard realizes that he is outnumbered and he's lost the initiative. He's got to withdraw. Shiloh, by far, the bloodiest battle of the war up to that point, with over 23,000 total casualties, including over 13,000 on the Union side. The Confederate retreat, Johnston's death, well, it ended the South's last hope of retaking Kentucky and western Tennessee.
But it was a costly Union victory.
It was a costly endeavor indeed.
Grant is vilified in the northern newspapers for being caught by surprise. He gets falsely accused of being drunk during the battle, and he is blamed for the loss of so many Union lives. Lincoln is going to be inundated with calls to remove him from command, but he famously responded, "I can't spare this man. He fights."
Yeah.
It's more than can be said for a lot of other Union generals.
That's for sure. When you look at that staple, the dog and pony show of early Union commanders,
Well,
they're lacking.
you got Henry Halleck, who is the Western Theater commander at the time. He's going to decide to take personal command of the remaining campaign, and Grant's going to be relegated to second in command of his own, this army.
Right, and Sherman actually has to convince Grant not to resign.
Yeah.
Grant's ready to quit.
He's
miffed.
he's getting criticized. He's getting pretty much demoted to second in command.
Yep.
But by stroke of luck, Henry Halleck is going to be named general-in-chief of the whole Union Army. So he's going to go east, and that's going to leave Grant back in charge.
Yeah. He'll be left to his own devices a little bit. So, Grant decides he's going to stick around.
Yeah. Although here, they just won some victories. Now that he's in charge of a pretty huge territory.
Right.
With not a lot of men to cover it. It's not going to be very offensive.
No, it can't be.
For, the next year or so.
It's going to be rather touch and go.
Try to, consolidate control over the territory. One of the ways he's going to try to do that, July 1862, Lincoln authorized the recruitment of fugitive slaves to help the Union war effort.
That's right. And Grant is enthusiastic about the policy and goes on to recruit large numbers of African Americans. He ensured that they were clothed and fed and employed them in a wide range of jobs, such as building fortifications and harvesting crops from abandoned southern farms. And by 1863, they're recruited as soldiers in the Union Army, and Grant would praise their performance, saying, quote, "Negro troops are easier to preserve discipline among than are white troops. All that have been tried have fought bravely." When the Confederacy refused to treat black soldiers as prisoners of war, Grant threatened retaliation against Confederate prisoners. A bold stance.
Yeah.
And a good look.
Yeah,
Because that's one thing that's important to remember, that at the beginning, African Americans that were recruited by the Union Army, they were not soldiers. They were basically like, cook this. Bring this equipment here. hook up this team of horses.
Dig this trench.
Dig this, exactly.
Which is useful, but then...
But it's also demeaning.
It is.
Know.
It's one step up from slavery, but then the following year...
tiny step up, and then a year later, it's like, hey, you're a soldier now.
Yeah.
And you can be proud.
Yeah. And once they become soldiers, they really start to get, more respect from some people. A lot of people still not, but
yeah,
it's hard to argue that soldiers who fight for their country don't have civil rights.
Right.
Some people will still argue that, but they'll be even more wrong than they were the day before.
Yes.
Well, what else is going on in Grant's department? You got the issue of cotton.
Yeah, and that is an issue.
Because the North needs Southern cotton, but it also does not want the South to profit by cotton sales.
That's right. And what do you think the South is banking on? European support due to said cotton.
Yeah. Another thing they're banking on is cotton smuggling to make money from the North against the rules. Grant's going to try to control smuggling. He requires permits to sell cotton to the Army. And this is going to run him into a pretty big blunder on his part.
Yeah.
Because a minority of the traders in cotton and other Army supplies were Jewish.
Yeah.
A minority. But they will be unfairly blamed for the rampant illicit practices that occurred among Army traders writ large.
That's right. It seems... certainly not the first instance, but it seems like that they are using the Jews as a scapegoat for a problem.
They get scapegoated. And then and here's what complicates it for Grant, because in late 1862, his own father, Jesse Root Grant, trying to take advantage of his son's newfound fame and position, trying to cash in on his influence, is going to partner with some Jewish traders to seek permits to sell cotton to the Army. And on December 17th, Grant, he's frustrated by the failure of his efforts to control smuggling, and he's now betrayed by his own father being involved. He impulsively issues General Order Number 11.
That's right, and this states, quote, "The Jews as a class, violating every regulation of the trade established by the Treasury Department and also department orders, are hereby expelled from the department." End quote.
That meaning his military department.
Yeah.
The area that he was under control of.
Yeah.
Ron
Chernow.
His biographer, the great
He's
Ron
going to talk
Chernow,
about it. Yep.
He called it, quote, "the most sweeping anti-Semitic action undertaken in American history."
Yeah. Yeah, there are some pretty outraged Jewish leaders who appeal to President Lincoln, who promptly rescinds the order, saying that, quote, "to condemn a class is, to say the least, to wrong the good with the bad. I do not like to hear a class or nationality condemned on account of a few sinners." End quote. Grant's going to go on to regret that decision. Really for the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
And as president, he's going to go to great lengths to make amends to the Jewish community.
Yeah. We'll get into that a bit later.
Indeed.
He's going to have to answer for himself.
Yeah. But for now, we're coming up to Vicksburg.
Yeah.
Now, this is really, I think, the biggest chapter in maybe Grant's life, certainly of his war effort, the Siege of Vicksburg.
It's pretty important.
It's the last Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. Jefferson Davis calls it, quote, "the nailhead that holds the South's two halves together." Super important.
It's critical. The Union, the Union Navy has taken New Orleans. So we control the mouth of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
And then, the source of the Mississippi, but the Confederacy is right there occupying it in the middle.
Yeah.
Something's got to be done about it.
That's it. So in December of 1862, Grant sends 32,000 men under Sherman to attack Vicksburg. but they're repulsed with heavy casualties. Over the winter, Grant makes a futile attempt to use bayous and canals to approach Vicksburg without confronting its heavy artillery on the Mississippi River. Spring 1863. Grant adopts a new strategy, marching his men down the west bank of the Mississippi past Vicksburg and using diversionary raids to cover their crossing to the east bank in late April, while Navy gunboats sneak downriver past Vicksburg's artillery on a moonless night.
He's making moves.
That's it. Grant ignores Vicksburg. He marches inland towards the state capital of Jackson, Mississippi, which Confederate forces under General Joseph Johnston evacuated on May 14th. Grant then turns back towards Vicksburg. His army is blocking Johnston from his united forces with the army under General John Pemberton, which has marched out of Vicksburg. Pemberton turns back, but Grant attacks him at Champion Hill, dealing a heavy blow, forcing him to flee 20 miles back into Vicksburg, to which Grant lays siege on May 18th.
Yep.
Now here we go.
He just went...
We're setting in.
He, just went rogue there, marching out into the middle of the state. He prevents the two Confederate armies from joining up, and now he's trapped Pemberton in Vicksburg.
And now it's time to lay a siege.
It's siege time. He launches 2 assaults against the city, but suffers heavy losses. So he's just going to have to starve them out.
Yeah, it becomes war of attrition.
The Confederates, they're running out of food. They're ravaged by sickness. On June 6th, here's Grant's drinking binge.
Yeah.
June 6th, he goes on an inspection trip up the Yazoo River, and he goes on a bit of a drinking binge aboard the ship. He is allegedly incapacitated when his subordinates decide to turn the boat around because of Confederate activity, and then when he wakes up, he's surprised to learn that they are back where they came from and not where they were headed.
Yeah.
Pretty embarrassing.
That's right, yeah. Prior to this incident, a Cincinnati newspaper had called Grant, quote, a jackass in the original package. He is a poor, drunken imbecile. He is a poor stick sober, and he is most of the time more than half drunk, and much of the time idiotically drunk. Now, you may remember that quote from us talking about Grant previously on the podcast.
Yeah, top 5 drunkest presidents.
Indeed.
Number 2.
Ulysses
Grant. Now, that quote is really not true, but...
Right.
He is...
But he gets stuck with it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to defend it.
Yeah, and this time, he was drunk, and there was, Confederate activity in the area. His subordinates had to make the decision to turn around because it was dangerous, and he was out of commission at the time. Not a good look.
No, not at all.
But he makes it back to the siege.
That's it. June 25th. Union forces explode 2,200 pounds of gunpowder in a tunnel dug under Confederate lines, blowing a hole in the defenses. However, Union forces suffer heavy casualties when they rush into the gap in the confusion. It's a terrible debacle, and Pemberton hopes Johnston is going to attack Grant to relieve the siege. He never does. July 3rd, Pemberton sued for terms. Grant initially demands unconditional surrender, but then he offers to parole all prisoners to avoid having to feed so many Confederates in Union prison camps. He's got to be realistic.
Yeah. Well, it works, and Pemberton surrendered Vicksburg on Independence Day, July 4th, 1863. Just happened to be the same day that Robert E. Lee retreated from Gettysburg.
That's it.
A big day for the Union Army.
Absolutely.
East and west.
Yeah, because they now control the entire Mississippi River. The Confederacy is rent asunder.
Yep.
They are split in two.
Arkansas, Texas, they're cut off.
Yeah. Grant has taken over 50,000 Confederate soldiers. he lost fewer than 10,000 of his own men.
Yeah, those surrendering an entire Confederate army is a huge loss.
Yeah.
And historians have considered the Vicksburg campaign as a masterpiece of military command.
That's right. And isn't that something? That Vicksburg not only is described as a masterpiece of military command, but is also used as the darkest point of Grant's drunkenness.
Yep. Well, he's a multitasker.
Yeah, indeed. As a result of this, Lincoln is going to promote Grant from Major General of Volunteers to Major General in the regular army. Lincoln and Stanton both consider bringing Grant east to command the Army of the Potomac, but Grant kind of resists the suggestion. He knows the Western geography better.
Yeah, he also knows that a lot of generals' careers had been ruined already by that Eastern Command.
That is a fact. So what's Grant to do after Vicksburg? He's going to be reviewing troops in New Orleans, but then he injures his knee in an accident with an unruly horse, and he's going to need crutches for 2 months.
How do you have that accident? Well, people who were there blamed it on drinking.
Yeah, and actually the New York Times is going to report, quote, "When someone charged General Grant in the president's hearing with drinking too much liquor, Mr. Lincoln, recalling General Grant's successes, said that if he could find out what brand of whiskey Grant drank, he would send a barrel of it to all the other commanders."
If you win battles, then you can get away with some rumors.
That's it. Winning is what matters.
Well, speaking of winning, Grant's not done.
No, that's going to bring us to Chattanooga, September 1863.
Union offensive coming out of southeastern Tennessee into Georgia was thrown back when Confederates under Braxton Bragg defeated the Union Army under William Rosecrans at the Battle of Chickamauga. Rosecrans is going to retreat to Chattanooga, Tennessee, where Bragg lays siege.
Yeah. At this point, Lincoln places Grant in full command of the Western Theater. Grant replaced Rosecrans with George H. Thomas, who pledged to hold Chattanooga, quote, "till we starve." And meanwhile, Union soldiers under Joseph Lee Hooker captured a Confederate outpost on the Tennessee River, reopening the supply line to Chattanooga. Grant is going to concentrate 72,000 men to break the siege by Bragg's 50,000 men. November 24th, Hooker captures Bragg's left flank at Lookout Mountain. The following day, Sherman attacks Bragg's right flank on Missionary Ridge, while Hooker approached the left flank. Seeing little progress, Grant ordered Thomas's men to attack the Confederate center. Seeking revenge for their defeat at Chickamauga, they relentlessly advanced up Missionary Ridge under heavy fire. By the end of the day, Bragg's line broke, and his army fled in panic. This campaign ends the Confederate presence in Tennessee, and it opens the Deep South to invasion. Now, this whole ordeal, my God, the loss on both sides.
Yep.
It's another one of those, day one, looking good for the South. Day two, Grant presses.
Yeah, he just never gives up. Full speed ahead, sending Missionary Ridge, the Confederates hold the high ground. Like, they're in the commanding position.
Yeah.
Grant's just going to march his men uphill. And they hold out. They hold on, and it's the Confederates that break.
Yeah.
That's a pretty huge victory.
And that's one thing that I think people criticize Grant for, is like his willingness to sacrifice men. But
Well, that's what it takes to win.
that's it. You look at the end result.
The other generals who were afraid to put men at risk, weren't winning the battles.
No.
After this victory, Grant is going to continue to be lauded in the press. The New York Herald said that he was, quote, without equal in the list of generals now alive.
Yeah.
The Northern War Democrats are going to approach Grant as a potential presidential candidate for 1864.
No. He figures, no.
He is not receptive.
No.
But hey, Lincoln is nervous about his re-election prospects. He fears Grant as a potential rival. Nobody really knows what his political affiliations are, but
that's it.
He's the most
he's
successful
kind of keeping
general.
it close to the chest, like Taylor.
Yeah.
Before him.
He's the most successful general at the time, and Lincoln, is having some issues. But Grant is going to write a letter to a friend saying, quote, nothing could induce me to think of being a presidential candidate, particularly so long as there is a possibility of having Mr. Lincoln reelected.
Yeah.
And that friend is going to make sure that Lincoln sees a copy of that letter, and Lincoln, quote, breathed a deep sigh of relief.
Yeah.
He's happy to know that Grant supports him.
That's it. And with that assurance, Lincoln is ready to place Grant in charge of the entire Union war effort. He's totally frustrated by his Eastern Theater commanders, who have been repeatedly trounced by Robert E. Lee. Even after the Union victory at Gettysburg, Lee's army was allowed to escape and continue the fight. In March 1864, Congress creates the new senior rank of Lieutenant General, a rank previously held only by George Washington, and Lincoln appoints Grant.
Wow.
Yeah.
3 years prior, Grant was outranked by his little brother in a leather goods store.
Right, and now he holds a rank that only George Washington before him held.
Wow.
What a rise. Grant's going to travel to Washington, D.C., where he and Lincoln meet for the first time. Lincoln felt that his previous overly cautious commanders had shifted responsibility for military strategy onto the president's shoulders, and he's eager to have an aggressive general take the reins. Grant recalls that, quote, Lincoln did not care to know what I was to do, only to know what I wanted, that I should have all I required. He wished me to beat Lee. How I did it was my own duty. He did not wish to know my plans or exercise any scrutiny over my plans. So long as I beat the rebel army, he was satisfied. End quote.
Yeah, and this is a time when Grant goes to Washington, D.C., he meets Lincoln. This is a time when people are surprised when they see Grant that he doesn't live up to, he doesn't look like they imagined.
No, there's one story I remember reading about somebody, I think it was a society lady, that remembered him standing on a couch because Grant wasn't tall. Mm-hmm. Well, when we go into the physical characteristics, we'll talk about it, but Grant's not a particularly tall man, so he's standing on a sofa in this crowd of people so that people could get a look at him. And he looks really kind of uncomfortable, ill at ease with the fact that he's kind of up on this sofa and there's people crowding around him to get a look at him.
He just has a very unassuming, unpretentious look.
Very much so.
He doesn't fit people's preconceived notion of the fearless, aggressive general.
Right. It's another
guy.
Kind of hearkening back to Zachary Taylor.
Yeah.
The original influence for Grant, in my mind.
Yep. Well, Grant is now in charge of the entire Union war effort, and he's going to go to work. First, he names Sherman to replace himself in the Western Theater.
Yeah.
George Meade, who is the current commander of the Army of the Potomac, the victor of Gettysburg, he's going to be left in nominal command of the Army of the Potomac, although Grant is going to keep his headquarters in that army and is going to be directing its movements.
That's right. And Grant, he pinpoints another aggressive little general, Philip Sheridan, puts him in command of the Union cavalry. Henry Halleck, meanwhile, demoted from general-in-chief, was named Army Chief of Staff, a desk job that he would excel in.
Yep. He's very good at pushing paper around and organizing.
Yeah. So, with over 500,000 men in the Union Army and more draftees being called up every day, Grant plans to relentlessly attack the enemy on all fronts. His primary focus, destroying Confederate armies rather than capturing territory.
Yeah, the way Grant commanded, his own army will now be that strategy will be writ large.
Yeah.
And the aggression will be everywhere.
That's it.
And that's something that the Confederacy is not going to be able to withstand very long.
That's right.
We'll see.
Yeah, it brings us to the Overland Campaign, May 1864.
Grant marches the Army of the Potomac into Virginia. He has over 100,000 men. Robert E. Lee's army in Northern Virginia has about 65,000 at this point. Grant crosses the Rapidan River, trying to insert himself between Lee and Richmond, the Confederate capital.
Yeah.
Lee, he surprises Grant right off the bat by attacking Grant aggressively in a little tangle of brush and undergrowth known as the Wilderness.
That's it. It results in 2 days of really terribly fierce fighting, and it truly ends in a stalemate. And you have 17,000 Union, 11,000 Confederate casualties.
Yeah, this is
bad.
This is the bloodiest phase of the war being inaugurated here. The casualty numbers are going to be,
and that's one thing that Grant's going to get some. He's going to take some knocks in the press.
Yeah.
Over the casualties. But
at the same
time, on the
time,
other hand, it's necessary to win the war.
Yeah, the Union Army has a lot more draftees being called up. The Confederate Army, they're coming to the end of their tether manpower-wise. So.
That's it. They're starting to dwindle. They're getting... Now, you're seeing in the Confederate Army, you're seeing 12-year-old boys, and you're seeing 60-some-year-old men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is where the war of attrition really kicks in.
Indeed.
And that's to the Union advantage. Grant is going to march away from the Wilderness to some more advantageous ground near Spotsylvania Courthouse, where you're going to see more brutal fighting off and on for 2 weeks. The Battle of Spotsylvania resulting in another 18,000 Union and 12,000 Confederate casualties.
Think about that. These are all Americans dying. That's the one.
Casualties. That's killed, wounded, captured, and missing. So that's not 18,000 dying, but that's 18,000 men being taken out of commission.
Yeah.
And 12,000 from Lee's army.
Staggering numbers, especially to Lee's army at this point, where they can't afford a man. Meanwhile, Union cavalry under Sheridan is going to clash with Confederate cavalry and kill its commander, Jeb Stuart. James Ewell Brown Stuart, one of the Confederate cavalry's brightest officers.
He's taken out of commission.
Taken out.
Grant is going to continue to move southeast. He's trying to turn Lee's flank. Then they're going to get to Cold Harbor.
We're talking 10 miles from Richmond.
Lee is going to dig in with some elaborate fortifications. On June 3rd, 1864, Grant orders an advance through a very thick fog. His men are going to be pinned down by withering artillery fire. It's going to be one of the war's most brutal slaughters.
Yeah, this could be one of the darkest points for the Union in the war in terms of lives lost and the brutality.
Yeah, this one is very one-sided.
Indeed.
One Confederate soldier recalled, quote, "We felt it was murder, not war, or at best a very serious mistake had been made."
Yeah. Grant would later write, "I have always regretted that the last assault at Cold Harbor was ever made. No advantage whatever was gained to compensate for the heavy loss we sustained." End quote. Cold Harbor would result in about 13,000 Union and 5,000 Confederate casualties.
Pretty lopsided.
And this leads Grant to go on another little drinking binge.
Yep, this time he allegedly vomited on his horse.
Yeah.
Don't know how credible the specifics of that are, but he probably did drink.
Yeah.
And this entire overland campaign lasted about 6 weeks, resulted in almost 55,000 Union casualties and between 30,000 and 35,000 Confederate casualties. The Northern press is going to be calling Grant a butcher.
Yeah, you're talking 90,000 American lives
Well,
affected.
that looks like about half of the army Lee started with
Yeah,
on that campaign
that's
goes
it.
out of commission, and that's kind of what it was all about.
Well, that's it. Cold Harbor, that's Lee's last victory of the war. Grant, he realizes he's in a stalemate, and he's not going to be able to continue to drive towards Richmond. So, instead, he sneaks out from under Lee's nose during the night and marches south in pursuit of a new strategy. He crosses the James River and joins a small Union army under Benjamin Butler in laying siege to Petersburg, Virginia, about 20 miles below Richmond. But Petersburg is the railroad hub and supply depot critical to the survival of both the Confederate capital and Lee's army. This is what it's going to take. Don't go directly to Richmond. Cut off anything that could get to Richmond, and you win the war.
Yep. He's forced Lee's hand. Lee has to rush reinforcements to Petersburg as the Union Army launches 4 days of assaults against the city, resulting in 11,000 more Union casualties and not taking the city, but it is under siege. And then we got, on July 30th, you got a corps under Ambrose Burnside is going to ignite 8,000 pounds of gunpowder in a mine shaft dug under the Confederate line, which explodes a huge crater, killing hundreds of Confederates.
Yeah, now this is one of the wild tales of the war. The crater.
However, the Union troops are going to totally botch the ensuing assault.
That's right, they rush right into the bloody crater, and it becomes a turkey shoot, where they end up suffering over 500 dead, 3,000 wounded, missing, or captured. Grant would go on to call it, quote, the saddest affair I have witnessed in the war, end quote.
Yeah, I think maybe what they did here is that there was, a group of African American soldiers that was trained to do this assault. And then right before they thought, this is probably going to lead to heavy casualties, and it's going to look like we're sending a bunch of black troops to their death. Maybe let's not put them in the vanguard. So they put some other troops up there who really didn't know what they were doing. And instead of going around the crater like they were supposed to, they went right into it.
They rushed right into it.
And then they couldn't get out the other side.
No, they were stuck, and it was a bloody turkey shoot and just a massacre. Yeah. Terrible, terrible mistake. And then really, not unsound strategy on the Union's part. It was a clever idea.
Mm-hmm.
It just
the execution
fell apart in the execution.
So after that, Grant, he's not going to be able to take Petersburg by storm, but he's going to settle into a drawn-out siege.
Yet another siege.
That Lee's army is trapped here, and it can't hold out forever.
That's right. He's, at least with this siege, he has better knowledge and more hopefulness.
And, that's not all Grant's doing. He's commanding the Army of the Potomac, but he's also, really to a greater extent than any previous general chief, overseeing the entire Union Army.
That's it. He is really overlooking the whole thing. He's in daily communication with other generals via telegraph. He's able to exercise meaningful command over a larger theater of war than any general in world history up to that point.
Yeah, he's got so many men on the field, like thousands of miles apart from each other.
Yeah.
And he's in charge of all this. And technology-wise, no one has ever been able to communicate with a subordinate 1,000 miles away before, but Grant's doing it.
Yeah.
Although he's not going to micromanage, Sherman particularly gets considerable autonomy. He's going against Joseph Johnston's army, which withdraws towards Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think I've said it before, but in terms of history and Civil War historians, they love to talk about, were the Confederate generals really better? And, firstly, I say no. And secondly, I say that the best general that the Confederacy had was Joseph Johnston.
I think that might have been Grant's opinion after the war as well.
Well.
But, he's not going to beat Sherman this time.
No.
Sherman goes after Johnston hard, and Johnston, he's, not maybe the smart move at the time, not getting into battle with Sherman, but that's not making Jefferson Davis happy.
Right.
He replaces Johnston
with John Bell Hood, and
he turns around and attacks Sherman, suffering heavy casualties and opening the way to Atlanta. September 2nd.
We don't talk about John Bell Hood.
Sherman marches into Atlanta, a big victory that is going to help clinch the presidential election for Lincoln. But again, before that, some war Democrats were still hoping Grant would accept their presidential nomination.
Yeah.
When asked about
They're still after him.
Grant reacted angrily. He said, "They can't do it. They can't compel me to do it." He also said, "I consider it as important for the cause that Lincoln should be elected as that the army should be successful in the field."
Yeah.
He's a Lincoln man.
He approves Sherman's plan for his scorched earth march to the sea, but detaches a large force under General George H. Thomas to pursue Hood's army, which finally disintegrates after Thomas routed it at the Battle of Nashville in December.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Sherman's captured Atlanta.
Yeah. Sherman had to talk Grant into that because the strategy was to destroy the Confederate army. And Grant made sure that also happened. He's not going to let Hood's army off the hook, but there's enough troops to do both, really, at this point.
Yeah.
And
that's it.
So Sherman captures Savannah. He's going to start to march north through the Carolinas. Mobile, Alabama has fallen to the U.S. Navy in August 1864, and you got one last major Confederate port in Wilmington, North Carolina.
That's it.
It's protected by Fort Fisher. November, Grant learned that a large part of that fort's garrison was removed to go fight against Sherman, and he's going to take that opportunity to launch an attack.
That's it.
The Union Army, under Benjamin Butler, supported by Admiral David Porter, assaults Fort Fisher in December. But Butler failed to lay siege, contrary to his orders, and Grant removed him from command. Put Alfred Terry in there, who captured Fort Fisher on January 15th, 1865.
Yeah.
That was another benefit of Lincoln winning the election. Benjamin Butler, who was very much
a political general,
a very influential Democrat.
They
were kind of afraid to remove him from command for political reasons. But after Lincoln's reelected,
old Beast Butler, some of the cartoons, my goodness, bottling Butlerism is one of my favorites.
Well, look at a regular photograph of him, and you can see how he has a rather cartoonish appearance.
Indeed.
But now that's Grant's strategy of attacking on all fronts.
And it's working.
He's going to continue to be applying pressure on Lee's army all throughout the fall. Philip Sheridan is raiding through the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. Sheridan destroyed the Confederate army under Jubal Early, which had made a failed attempt to capture the lightly defended Washington, D.C.
That's it. I mean, in Confederate railroads, their supply lines, they're cut. By the time the combatants emerged from winter quarters in March 1865, Lee's army is desperate and depleted by desertion and disease. Grant outnumbers Lee 125,000 to 50,000, while large armies under Sheridan and Sherman are on their way to join him.
Lee is pretty much surrounded at this point.
They got him backed into a bloody corner.
On March 25th, he tried to get out of the corner, attacking desperately in an attempt to break out of the siege, but he was driven back. Then Sheridan arrives, he cuts off the last railroad line, and on April 2nd, 1865, Grant launched the final assault that broke through Lee's lines at Petersburg. The Confederate government evacuating the capital. The Union Army occupies Petersburg, occupies Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah. Lee is forced to flee west across the Appomattox River in a last-ditch effort to join up with Joseph Johnston's army in North Carolina, but Grant pursues him so aggressively he cuts off every avenue of escape. By April 9th, Lee is surrounded, and he sends a message to Grant requesting a meeting. Lee arrives at Appomattox Courthouse in a spotless white dress uniform, while Grant had only the dirty, mud-splattered uniform he'd been wearing for days. Grant was overcome with sadness upon seeing Lee, whom he respected as, quote, a foe who had fought so long and valiantly, though he believed the Southern cause was, quote, one of the worst for which a people ever fought. The two generals took time to reminisce about their only previous meeting during the Mexican-American War before getting down to business.
Grant was surprised that Lee remembered him.
Yeah.
Because Lee was already, a rising star
That's
at that
right.
time. Grant was
Lee was several years older than Grant, and he was a rising star in the military and was really making a name for himself by the time Grant saw his first action.
Grant, a relative nobody at the time, but Lee remembered him. And, Grant remembered Lee as well, and that was really part of his strategy is that, when Lee was kicking everyone's ass over there for years, the Army of the Potomac was afraid of Lee.
Yeah.
And they, in their own minds turned him into this, monster that is invincible. But Grant...
The psychology of it really got to them. Grant did away with it.
He knew this guy. He's just a guy. Yeah, he's a great general, but... And that was the thing, when Grant was sent east, some people said, hey, well, Grant's doing good, but he's never faced Lee. But at the same time, Lee had never faced Grant.
Indeed.
And a year
later,
later,
there's still that cult
over.
of Lee. Mm-hmm. There still is the cult of Lee. A lot of semi-recent historians, even, have considered Lee one of the greatest military officers in history. Not just of American history, but of history.
I mean, he was a great general. He's probably, if maybe Lee is the best, battle general in a battle, Grant is the master. I don't agree with any of that. Grant's the master of the campaign.
Yeah.
He sees the big
picture. I don't feel that the Confederacy had superior commanders.
I mean,
they had good ones.
They had
definitely. But
when the Confederacy's best commanders were against, the Union's more mediocre ones, they were whipping their asses. And the two sides did have, especially by Grant facing down with Lee at the end, they're in very different circumstances, in terms of material, manpower, but they also have very different, end games in terms of how to win. Right. Lee doesn't really have to win. He just has to not lose.
Yeah.
And he
that's
fought
about
some
it.
really good battles, but he didn't have the strategy to win.
No, ultimately, and really, if you look at Jeb Stuart and you look at Stonewall Jackson and you look at Nathan Bedford Forrest and Longstreet, all the great Confederate generals, they all thought that they would be able to win the war with one big battle. Joseph Johnston was really the only one that planned almost like Grant did. Mm-hmm. That knew how the game would be.
Yeah, Johnston was retreating, trying to keep his army alive, because that's how the South would have won.
That's it.
That's how George Washington...
These others would throw their men away, hoping for one final victory in a great battle, and they would just end up getting slaughtered and it would be bad.
Yeah, if
Johnston had it right in terms of the South. I mean, he was definitely the best Confederate general.
The South's winning strategy was, to avoid battle, like how George Washington won the Revolutionary War.
Indeed.
Just stay alive, and it doesn't matter if major cities fall.
Yeah.
When it came down to it, Lee was not
How do you think Washington felt when New York fell?
I mean, he didn't like it, but he lived to fight another day, and then he didn't care when Philadelphia fell.
Yeah.
The British wasted a lot of time taking Philadelphia to no benefit.
Yeah.
And in the end here, Lee was not willing to abandon Richmond.
No.
And he kind of fell right into
critical
Grant's
mistake.
trap.
Yep.
Whether the Confederacy would have won long term.
And that might say something really good about Grant in his judgment of Lee.
Yeah.
He probably knew he'll never back away from Richmond.
Yeah. And
he'll hold it to the last.
And he sucked him in there. Who knows if the Confederacy could have won the war, but if they would have abandoned...
If they had more men like John Singleton Mosby and Joseph Johnston, they might have had a fighting chance.
If they would have abandoned Richmond and just gave it up earlier, they could have certainly lasted longer. They could have kept a couple big armies in the field. When it comes down to it, Lee and Grant are in Appomattox, and Grant will offer terms. He's not unconditional surrender Grant anymore.
No.
These are very generous terms.
Indeed they are.
He offers to let Lee's men return to their homes unmolested and will allow Confederate officers to keep their sidearms, horses, and personal baggage. Lee will accept the terms, and his 28,000 remaining men will formally surrender on April 12th. Grant will provide the starving Confederates with food rations and send them home.
Yeah.
And this generous treatment of Lee's men, allowing them to avoid imprisonment, possible treason prosecutions, is going to set a tone for national reconciliation.
That's it. It's going to end the possibility of widespread guerrilla warfare.
Yeah. From
people that are going to be resistant to the victorious Union. It must be done.
Yeah, if these Confederates don't go home and want to continue the war, out of uniform.
Well, yeah, if you give them terms that just absolutely suck, they'd probably rather fight and die. You have to play your cards right. Grant does it well. And Lee's surrender is going to prompt a wave of surrenders by other Confederate forces still in the field. There's going to be few exceptions here. You got old Joe Shelby going out and burying his colors and sword in the Rio Grande and heading to Mexico, and a couple other stragglers. But for the most part, it's over.
Yep.
April 14th, Grant actually attends a cabinet meeting in Washington, D.C., and President Lincoln invites Grant and his wife to Ford's Theater that night. The Grants decline because they plan to travel to Philadelphia, and because Julia truly cannot stand Mary Todd Lincoln. She really does not like her. Mary Todd Lincoln treated her like shit. Basically, she talked down to her and demeaned her and treated her like a second-class or even third-class citizen. And so she had no intention of joining them socially. So,
well, Mary Todd's rudeness may have saved Grant's life.
Indeed.
When the Grants boarded a train that afternoon, they were stalked by a mysterious horseman who was later revealed to probably have been John Wilkes.
That's right. We mentioned this in a previous episode, too, that the Grants were heading out of Washington in a carriage, and a horseman came up and kind of stuck his head in to see who was in there. And at least Julia thought later that man was John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, Grant was a target of this conspiracy.
Indeed he was.
Yeah, because, Booth and his co-conspirators, they're going to go after Andrew Johnson.
Yeah, and Seward and Grant.
And what if Grant was sitting next to Lincoln in the box there? He could have been lights out for Grant.
Could have been.
And Who knows how the Johnson administration would have gone without Grant? We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, indeed.
Grant was in Philadelphia by that night when he learned that Lincoln had been shot. He wept openly at Lincoln's funeral.
Yeah.
Called his death, quote, the greatest possible calamity to the country, especially to the people of the South. And he later said that Lincoln was, quote, the greatest man I have ever known.
Wow. Well, that leaves Grant with night, but to be hopeful for the Johnson administration. But it's not long before they clash. On June 7th, Lee and other Confederate officers were indicted for treason, and Grant protested to Johnson that the prosecution violated Lee's surrender terms, in which Grant had promised that Lee and his men were, quote, not to be disturbed by U.S. authority so long as they observed their paroles and the laws in force where they may reside. Grant threatens to resign. Johnson backs down.
Drops the prosecution.
Yeah.
This is going to be kind of the dynamic of Grant and the Johnson administration.
Yeah.
Grant is the heroic general who won the war. He's in command of the army. Nobody voted for Johnson as president.
No.
And Johnson is very, he doesn't want to alienate Grant. And Grant can throw his weight around a little bit, because if Grant resigns and throws Johnson under the bus, then Johnson's in trouble. He has to kind of try to keep Grant happy.
That's right.
But hey, there are lots of people who are trying to keep Grant happy. He's now a hero, and a couple, some things start happening that are going to become a problematic theme for Grant going forward.
Yeah.
In 1865, some Philadelphia dignitaries gifted Grant with a fully furnished house, which he would later rent out while living in Georgetown, outside Washington, D.C., in another house that was given to him in 1866 by some New York admirers, along with over $70,000 in cash and government bonds.
Right. Now, such gifts, they're not illegal at the time, and they're ostensibly offered out of patriotic gratitude for Grant's service to the country. But later on, they're going to be questioned as attempts to buy influence in order to make a likely future president.
Yeah, this guy, he's probably going to be the next president, people are thinking. And
people are already thinking, of course they are, because look at the trend. Look at, his idol, Zachary Taylor. Look at William Henry Harrison. Look at George Washington.
Yeah.
Andrew Jackson, the general president. It's a thing. And Grant is the biggest thing since Washington, really.
Yeah, and these gifts are going to get thrown back in his face. I think later, somebody who gets appointed to the cabinet will be connected with the people who do these gifts.
Yeah.
That kind of thing is going to become the biggest problem in Grant's presidency, as we will get to.
That's it.
But until then, we've got President Johnson, and he's in charge of post-war Reconstruction.
Oh boy, what a task.
As we recall from the Johnson episode, he adopted a policy of quick reintegration, placing southern states back in the hands of former Confederates, allowing the white ruling class to enact black codes which preserve slavery in all but name.
That's it.
In November 1865, Johnson's agent, Carl Schurz, delivered a scathing report that depicted defiant white Southerners oppressing freed slaves. So Johnson is going to send Grant to the South to do a little inspection tour, and after a brief and superficial tour of 2 weeks, Grant is going to submit a report in which he supported the Freedmen's Bureau, but opposed stationing black troops in the South, opposed redistribution of land to freedmen, and stated that he believed Southern whites were accepting the new reality in good faith.
Yeah, but Grant is soon going to recant this report, and he tells Carl Schurz that Schurz was right and he was wrong. about conditions in the South.
Yeah, he kind of, like, Grant, he's respected in the South because he's the one who offered the generous peace terms.
That's it.
And, he goes through the South and he's kind of celebrated. Everyone wants to, come and shake his hand and say hi to him. And he kind of gets a very skewed view of what's going on down there.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens.
And he ends up, realizing that that there's a lot more going on.
Yeah, he was mistaken.
He's going to continue to rise. In 1866, he is promoted to a new, even higher rank, General of the Army.
Yeah.
They can drop the lieutenant from lieutenant general, and he's just straight up general now.
Yeah.
In that year, 1866, Johnson clashes with radical Republicans in Congress. They override his veto to pass the Civil Rights Act and extend the Freedmen's Bureau. In advance of the fall election, Johnson makes Grant accompany him on a campaign tour.
The old swing around the circle. And that Johnson, during this tour, he denounces radical Republicans as traitors. Outright.
Mm-hmm.
Calls them traitors. Grant is going to write to Julia, quote, "I have never been so tired of anything as I have been with the political stump speeches of Mr. Johnson. I look upon them as a national disgrace."
Yeah, Grant did not want to be there.
No, it was totally uncomfortable for him.
I think maybe on this tour he kind of broke off and might have went drinking a little bit.
Yeah,
but
it's a distinct possibility.
Listening to Andy Johnson's stump speech will drive
It'll drive a man to drink.
After the tour, Johnson tries to get Grant out of the way by ordering him on a diplomatic mission to Mexico, and Grant straight up refuses. He says, "I'm a military officer. You can't order me to go on a diplomatic mission." Congress is going to pass the Reconstruction Acts over Johnson's veto and place the South under military governorship. And Grant, he's appointing the governors.
It falls on him to appoint the military governors.
He orders them to enforce the Reconstruction Acts. He authorizes the removal of Southern state officials who flout federal law. And Congress also passes the Command of the Army Act, which sets up chain of command things that requires Johnson to act through Grant to issue orders undermining Johnson's hopes of going around Grant to weaken the Army's enforcement of Reconstruction.
So how's that for a position of the president where he has to go through General Grant?
I mean, like we're going to get to with the Tenure of Office Act, kind of a shady imposition on presidential power.
Indeed.
But when you got a president that was not elected, who a lot of people don't like, and a general who is much more popular, the president's hands are kind of tied.
Indeed. And the people are going to do what they can to break the president down, and well, they do it.
Well,
bloody well.
1867, Congress passes the Tenure of Office Act, purporting to limit the president's power to fire certain cabinet officers without Senate approval. It also imposes heavy fines and criminal penalties for violation of the act.
Yeah, and we talked about this last episode. This is bullshit. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is fucking bullshit.
It's really not constitutional, and actually, spoiler alert, when Grant becomes president, right at the beginning of his term, he pretty much insists that this be repealed.
Yeah.
And it pretty much is.
Yeah.
But when Johnson's president, Congress is out of session. Johnson wants to get rid of War Secretary Edwin Stanton, who is a vigorous supporter of congressional Reconstruction. He dismisses Stanton when Congress is out of session, which is still technically allowed under the Tenure of Office Act. Grant is named as acting War Secretary.
Yeah. So that puts Grant in a kind of awkward position.
Yeah, because when Congress comes back into session, the Senate gets to vote whether to accept Stanton's dismissal or not.
Yeah.
And if it's not going to accept it.
Yeah.
And when it does that, if Grant does not turn over control of the War Department back to Stanton, Grant will be in violation of the Tenure of Office Act.
And he's going to get fined $10,000.
Yeah. And he doesn't want any part of that, especially
No.
because he doesn't like Johnson.
Right.
But
It just the whole thing it's a bunch of malarkey, folks.
Johnson meets with Grant and asks him to stay in office at the War Department until Johnson is able to name someone else to replace Stanton that Senate might accept. And Johnson offers to cover any fine Grant might be assessed.
Yeah, well,
trying to get him.
Good on him for that, I suppose.
Well, Grant, I think Johnson also offers to serve any jail term that Grant might be sentenced for violating.
Wow, that's bold.
And Grant's like, what the
heck? Get the fuck out of here.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
Grant is kind of non-committal in this meeting, but Johnson goes away thinking Grant has agreed.
Is on his side, yeah.
And
somehow.
Grant turns around and promptly resigns as acting war secretary, gives the keys back to Stanton, and Johnson accuses Grant of being deceptive. Pro-Johnson newspapers are criticizing Grant.
Yeah. Well, Grant, he defends his integrity in an angry letter to Johnson, essentially calling the president a liar and a coward. And a lasting hatred is going to arise between these two men. Grant's repudiation of Johnson endeared him to radical Republicans. Johnson soon fires Stanton, and he purports to replace him with Alonzo Thomas, but the House is going to impeach him for violating the Tenure of Office Act. During the impeachment trial, Grant was quietly in favor of Johnson being convicted and removed from office. In May 1868, Johnson is acquitted by one vote, and Republicans look to the upcoming presidential election as their chance to get Andy Johnson the heck out of Dodge.
And who are they going to put in there?
That's it. I mean, really, there's
one obvious choice.
And a very obvious choice.
Grant has a lot going for him. He's not only a war hero, he has a reputation of being respectful and conciliatory toward the South.
That's super important. You have to remember, there hasn't been an election since the end of the war and the reintegration of the traitorous states.
Yeah.
This is huge.
At the same time, Grant also supports civil rights and supports congressional reconstruction. This is, all combining to make him a consensus choice for the Republican nomination. He never declares his candidacy. He says that he would be sorry to have to leave the Army, but he also knows that he's the only man to unite the party and defeat the Democrats, which are the hope of the white supremacist.
And he really
South.
is. He really is the only person. Mm-hmm. There's nobody that can do what Grant can do.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of, previous episodes, there have been a lot of
compromise choices.
Yeah, a lot of convention battles.
Yep.
This time at the Republican convention in Chicago, Grant is nominated unanimously on the first ballot. House Speaker Schuyler Colfax named as his running mate. Grant's letter accepting the nomination included the phrase which became the Republican campaign slogan, "Let us have peace."
That's right. The Democrats, they're going to go on to nominate New York Governor Horatio Seymour, with Missouri Congressman Francis P. Blair as his running mate. Grant, not going to personally campaign, and instead he joins Sherman and Sheridan on a tour of Western Army posts. During the campaign, Grant is going to be criticized as being a drunkard, and his General Order Number 11 was questioned by Jewish voters. He issued a letter of apology disavowing the order and stating, quote, "I have no prejudice against sect or race, but want each individual to be judged by his own merit." The Democrats, on the other hand, ran what has been called, quote, "one of the most explicitly racist presidential campaigns in American history." Their motto was, quote, This is a white man's country. Let white men rule. End quote. My God.
Well, that's their campaign strategy. They accuse the Republicans of favoring, quote, a semi-barbarous race of blacks who would, quote, subject the white women to their unbridled lust.
Jesus Christ.
It's like the lowest of prejudice.
Yeah. Well, Grant's going to go on to win the popular vote 52.7% to 47.3%, receiving 3 million votes against 2.7 million for Seymour. Seymour will win a majority of white votes, but over 500,000 black voters cast ballots for Grant, who won the Electoral College 214 to 80. Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas. Those three were not yet fully restored to the Union and so did not vote. That might be worth keeping in mind. But Grant won 6 out of 8 former Confederate states, losing Louisiana and Georgia due to widespread KKK violence against black voters. Of course, you got to remember at this time, the KKK is rising up.
Yep. But hey, the former Confederate South, that was the Democratic stronghold before the Civil War. But now you got tons of black voters down there. They're very naturally
Indeed.
Republicans. And Grant is winning a lot of southern states at this time.
That's it. So, at age 46, Grant is the youngest man to be elected to the presidency. And he is now going to have to face the arduous task of uniting a bitterly divided nation. Is he up to it? Well, I suppose we'll find out after this wee commercial break.
Thanks for listening.
The Dead Presidents Podcast is brought to you in part by Silas Cooper, who publishes this important notice. Silas Cooper, living near Lincoln Courthouse, West Virginia, 106 years old, is a candidate for marriage, desiring a handsome, intelligent, and industrious girl of 16 to take the bed and board left vacant by Lucy Martin Cooper, his first wife, who died last March, aged 110. Born a decade before the American Revolution, Silas Cooper holds the distinction of being the oldest man in West Virginia. He makes the 5-mile trip into town about once a week, comes and goes alone, mounts and dismounts from his horse without any assistance, and he is quicker on foot than many men who are only 50 years old. Listeners, if you're a bright, good-looking, hard-working 16-year-old girl, our sponsor Silas Cooper has a proposition for you. The oldest man in West Virginia is offering you the once-in-a-lifetime chance to become the youngest widow in West Virginia. As the second wife of an experienced, distinguished gentleman like Silas, you'll be the envy of all your friends who are out there dating green young men who don't know their way around a woman. If Silas can mount a horse without any assistance, you can be sure he'll have no problem mounting you. He may be 106, but he's like a spry 50-year-old in the sack. And hey, if being married to Silas turns out to be a drag, just wait a few minutes and it'll be over. His advertisement doesn't mention any significant property you'd inherit upon his imminent death, but he's probably got at least a little country house or something, and that could be all yours in no time flat. Why saddle yourself with a long-term mortgage when you could get a free house just by outliving a 106-year-old? If that sounds like a good deal to any of our young female listeners, hit us up on Twitter at DeadPresPodcast, and you could be the next Mrs. Silas Cooper. But act fast, this offer could expire any minute.
And we're proud to be sponsored by Teresa Mansfield, who publishes this important notice. A lovely brunette baby available for adoption, 2 months old. None but parties of wealth need apply. Call at 127 East 13th Street. Listeners, if you've been unable to have children of your own and you're looking to adopt a little brown-haired bundle of joy, mosey on down to East 13th Street and talk to our sponsor, Teresa Mansfield. But don't even bother unless you're loaded, because Teresa ain't trying to hand this baby over to some pauper. Perhaps she wants to ensure that her child is well provided for and brought up in comfortable circumstances. Perhaps she's looking to straight up sell this baby to the highest bidder. Either way, our affluent, infertile listeners should take their checkbooks over to East 13th Street. You can't put a price on a beautiful little baby like this, but Teresa Mansfield can. That's a message from our sponsor, Teresa Mansfield.
Now an important message from our sponsor, Absalom Gardner. Notice is hereby given that Mary Ellen Gardner, my wife, has left my bed and board without provocation, and that I will pay no debts she may contract. She took with her, in her unprovoked desertion, 3 children, aged respectively 12, 8, and 4 years. The children will be welcomed back to their home. I do not wish to make public the shortcomings of this woman, but knowing her disposition to color her narrative of pretended wrongs by stories of my blame, I would refer for proof of my character to Walker and Nellis and Mr. French of the Dry Docks, Frank Fair, Mound City, Vanderbilt and Caruso, Cairo, Mr. Cutting, Metropolis, and the inhabitants generally of South St. Louis. Listeners, Mary Ellen Gardner has left her husband, and he has reason to believe she's out there talking wild shit about him. After the Dionys Fitch fiasco earlier this episode, we made sure to thoroughly check Absalom Gardner's references before we published his ad, and they all attested to his sterling character.
This just in, we have a breaking news update. We have received a communication from Mrs. Gardner containing the accusations that are giving her husband fits. She says he has whipped her and starved her and in every way outraged her. All of which may be true, but all of which we cannot publish in Mrs. Gardner's language. Now, this isn't exactly a family-friendly podcast, but Mary Ellen Gardner's vulgar diatribe against her husband is downright obscene. But if even a fraction of this stuff is legit, then Absalom Gardner's character references are some of the filthiest liars we've ever encountered. I had a long conversation with Mr. French down at the Dry Docks, and he went on and on about how loving a husband and father Absalom is. I went all the way to Mound City to talk to Frank Fair in person, and he told me that Mary Ellen was unstable, untrustworthy, and vindictive. And frankly, people all over South St. Louis said the same. Now, I don't know what to believe.
Let me just cut in here. We have another breaking news update. Mary Ellen Gardner has sent us another communication, this one a little more PG. Let's see what she says now.
I recently published a statement in which I reflected upon the conduct of my husband Absalom Gardner. I now wish, in a manner as public as my offense against him, to make at least partial reparation by saying that I alone was to blame, that I regret my conduct, the result of a distracted mind, and hope, for the sake of my children and for my own peace of mind, to be taken back into the home I deserted.
There you have it, listeners. Mary Ellen Gardner has repented her slander, and our faith in the people of South St. Louis has been vindicated. Absalom warned us from the get-go that his wife was full of shit, and now she herself has admitted as much. We hope Mary Ellen gets the help she needs, and if Absalom takes her back after all this, that they can begin to heal the rift that has so publicly fractured their family. This has been a message from our sponsors, Absalom and Mary Ellen Gardner.
And now, back to the show.
And we're back, and ready to dive headfirst into the presidency of Ulysses S. Grant. Now, what a rise. Abject failure to hero, hearkening only to Washington.
All the way to president
That's it.
in 8 short years.
He's going to be sworn in March 4th, 1869. He had declined to call on the outgoing president, and Johnson declined to attend the inauguration. That had only happened a couple times before, and would only happen a one time since.
So far.
Grant actually wrote his own inaugural address and shared it with no one beforehand. He would go on to speak in favor of black suffrage and urged the ratification of the 15th Amendment. He supported, quote, civilization, Christianization, and ultimate citizenship for Native Americans. He favored hard money and said all government debts should be paid in gold. He promised to deal with Reconstruction, quote, calmly, without prejudice, hate, or sectional pride.
Yeah, you know, his inaugural address is all his own. He's starting off his presidency as his own man.
Yeah. He again, it kind of harkens to Zachary Taylor a bit.
Yeah. And like Taylor, he chose his cabinet, without really consulting a lot of party
That's
leaders.
right.
He named his trusted subordinate, John Rawlins, as war secretary. Although Rawlins is going to...
tragically, he dies.
His long battle with tuberculosis.
6 months later.
Is going to take him.
Yeah.
Secretary of State is going to be former New York Governor and Senator Hamilton Fish, who is going to become the cabinet's most experienced and able member. He was so instrumental to Grant's administration that his role has been compared to that of a prime minister.
Yeah.
Grant's going to have a lot of problems with different cabinet members, but Hamilton Fish is the rock that he really relies on.
Yeah, and I am positive that I've seen some old movies from the 30s, although I can't remember quite which ones, where they talk about it's from an old gangster movie, and they talk about one guy in the gang that's too straight-laced, that's probably going to spill the beans, and they refer to him as a Hamilton Fish. And I swear that's not something I dreamed up. That's in a movie. I just don't know which one, but it's a gangster movie, and they refer to the straight-laced guy in the group as a Hamilton Fish that's going to betray the group, and sure enough.
If Hamilton Fish had become a byword for propriety, some other Grant cabinet members, not so much.
Yeah, that's right.
Grant is going to appoint Sherman to replace himself as commanding general of the Army. One interesting appointment is that James Longstreet.
Yeah, none other than James Longstreet, as surveyor of customs for New Orleans. Yeah.
Grant is also going to appoint the nation's first African-American diplomat, naming Ebenezer Bassett as minister to Haiti, and he's going to hire large numbers of African-Americans throughout the federal bureaucracy.
That's right.
At the time, a lot of African-Americans are serving in southern state governments, state legislatures, and the first black members of Congress will be elected during Grant's administration.
That's right.
Grant will also appoint the first Native American to serve as Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Eli Parker, who was a lieutenant colonel in the Union Army and aide on Grant's staff. I think he actually wrote out the final draft of the surrender terms at Appomattox. Grant will continue his atonement for General Order Number 11 by appointing a record number of Jews to federal positions, and by speaking out against the persecution of Jews in Russia and Romania.
Yeah.
I think
he's got to make up for he's got to make up for something there.
Yeah.
He tries.
Yeah, in the wake of persecution of Jews in Romania, he appointed a Jew as a diplomat there. Really standing up, and I think by the end was praised by a lot of Jewish leaders as really the best president for Jews.
Yeah, but He also appointed many members of his own family, personal friends, and former military aides to government jobs, many of whom were incompetent or corrupt, just outright. Grant had the fault of being a little bit too trusting of his friends. And he's going to have difficulty distinguishing loyalty from cronyism. His administration is going to become mired in the sludge of corruption from his appointees.
Yeah, Grant was a huge failure in all of his business endeavors, and as president, there's an aspect of like the Grant who got like swindled out of his life savings.
Exactly.
Is
kind of rears again a little bit.
Those kind of people are going to
taking advantage of him. I don't know if he's too nice. He's too trusting, certainly.
He's a little naive in certain ways.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing starts off pretty soon in his presidency. His first month in office, he signs the Public Credit Act, which called for the payment of government debts in gold and committed to restoring the gold standard, which within 10 years, during the Civil War, they had greenbacks, a lot of currency that was not backed by anything.
That's right.
Grant wants to reestablish hard money. But in April, Jay Gould and Jim Fisk, two leading railroad tycoons and quote-unquote robber barons.
Yeah, the robber barons.
They're going to hatch a conspiracy to corner the gold market. They're going to bribe Treasury officials.
Mm.
They're going to use a guy named Abel Corbin, who married Grant's sister in May.
In a wild twist.
They're trying to gain inside information on the government's gold policy. They lobby Grant to halt gold sales by the Treasury, which they convinced him would be beneficial to Western farmers. Meanwhile, they're buying up huge quantities of gold at the Gold Room, which is the trading room for gold next to the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
They drive up prices. And eventually, this is, pretty close to Grant and pretty blatant.
Well, yeah, and he's going to realize what the hell's going on. He's not a complete idiot. So he sees what they're doing. He orders the Treasury Secretary to sell 4 million of government gold, which collapses the gold prices on quote-unquote Black Friday, September 24th, 1869, ruining many speculators and stagnating the stock market for a year. Gould and Fisk escaped prosecution due to corrupt Tammany Hall judges, though New York reformers would bring down Tammany Hall and arrest Boss Tweed within the next few years. Tammany Hall had some serious pull at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They were a huge political machine. Democratic political machine.
Yep. Well, speaking of arms of the Democratic Party, you've got the 15th Amendment ratified in the first year of Grant's presidency,
right,
guaranteeing the right to vote regardless of race.
Mm-hmm.
But some Southerners are determined to prevent black equality and especially black political participation by any means necessary, including widespread terrorism.
Right.
The Ku Klux Klan bills itself as the invisible empire. It's got thousands of decentralized groups. Its members use hoods to hide their identities. And they're just on a rampage throughout the South.
That's it. The governor of North Carolina warns against, quote, bands of these armed men riding at night through various neighborhoods, whipping and maltreating peaceable citizens, hanging some, burning churches, and breaking up schools which have been established for the colored people. The governor of Alabama tells Grant, quote, things look here very much as they did in 1860. If Alabama can be carried by intimidation and fraud, so can every other Southern state, and the whole South will be lost to the Republican Party.
Yeah, so this was like...
Federal intervention is necessary.
Yeah, this is the whole, thing. President Andrew Johnson was in favor of the let white men rule policy. And there was a whole battle during his term about, civil rights and who gets to vote. But now there are constitutional amendments. The 14th Amendment guarantees civil rights. The 15th Amendment guarantees the right to vote. So there's no more, arguing about it.
Right.
Except now, is it going to be enforced or not?
That's the question.
If Southerners are left to their own devices, it won't be enforced because white supremacist Southerners will use terrorism to prevent it. And no one in the state can stop them, but that's where the federal government is supposed to come in. And to Grant's great credit, he takes decisive measures.
Yeah.
He's not Andrew Johnson. He's not going to just let the South do whatever it wants.
No. If you want one viewpoint of how this goes, you could watch The Birth of a Nation.
Yeah.
By D.W. Griffith, 1915, for a long time considered amongst the greatest cinematic achievements. And
praised by President Woodrow Wilson, who considered Grant a failure as president.
That's right, and considered the film history written with lightning. And you see the heroic Klansmen riding in to save the noble white Southerners and protect them in all their dignity from the encroaching, loathsome carpetbaggers and black mongrels. And then
you've got history written in history.
History written in history. Yeah.
Grant, he takes decisive measures here. He denounced the Klan, saying, quote, "It used force and terror to deprive colored citizens of the right to bear arms and of the right to a free ballot, to suppress schools in which colored children were taught, and to reduce the colored people to a condition closely akin to that of slavery."
Yeah.
Grant is going to sign into law the Enforcement Acts of 1870 and 71, which are also known as the Ku Klux Klan Acts, which prohibit discrimination, authorize prosecutions, and allow the Army and federal marshals to enforce the law, to lead the Secret Service, which is a relatively new organization.
That's right.
Grant appoints Hiram Whiteley, who made his name by arresting some Confederate or KKK members previously, and he is going to use detectives to infiltrate the Klan.
Yeah.
Getting behind the masks.
Mm-hmm.
And Congress is going to create the Justice Department. We didn't have the Justice Department.
Right. That's
now.
right. This is the creation of the Justice Department, and Grant is going to unleash Attorney General Amos Ackerman and Solicitor General Benjamin Bristow, who indicted 3,000 Klan members and secured 600 convictions. Grant declares martial law in South Carolina. That's huge. Martial law is declared in South Carolina, and Grant sends in U.S. Marshals backed by the Army who go on to arrest 500 Klan members. Other white supremacist groups are going to emerge, but the power of the Klan is temporarily shattered.
Yep.
They're going to have a reemergence down the road, coinciding with the aforementioned birth of a nation in the late 1910s, early 1920s. But for now, Grant has really brought them down.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be more white supremacist terror groups by the end of Grant's presidency. They're not going to be called the KKK at that time.
Right.
But, and they're going to claw their way back. But right at the outset, pretty much of his presidency, Grant takes charge on this issue and has a lot of good people that he puts on it. and they get really aggressive, and they don't stand for what's going on.
Right.
You know, with a president like Andrew Johnson, he wouldn't have done this.
Certainly not.
And, you know, to Grant's credit, this is probably like, you know, maybe the best accomplishment of his whole presidency.
I would argue that it is.
He takes this seriously.
Yeah.
As many problems and issues as he had, this is, you know, this is a huge stance to take at the time.
It's a bold and correct stance.
And it's what the president hadn't been doing at all in the previous administration.
That's right.
And with the full power of the federal government, the Klan is broken.
Yeah. No, I would argue this is Grant's greatest presidential achievement.
Mm-hmm.
However, in the meantime, 1869, Grant proposes the annexation of Santo Domingo, now the Dominican Republic, a black Spanish-speaking island nation. Grant believes that this will serve as an important naval base, contribute valuable natural resources, and provide a safe haven for freed slaves. Santo Domingo's president favors annexation, and when Grant sends agents to investigate the island, they return with a draft treaty that they had no authority to negotiate. Grant goes to Hamilton Fish to draw up a more formal treaty to annex Santo Domingo as a U.S. state and pay $1.5 million of its debt, which the Dominican president approves, and Grant submits this to the Senate. However, Charles Sumner, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, came out against the treaty, believing annexation would be too expensive and would involve the U.S. in the island's internal strife, as it was currently in a state of rebellion. Charles Sumner, you may remember, as being beaten over the head by Preston Brooks with a cane on the floor of the Senate, directly before the Civil War.
Yep, he's one of the big, most important Republicans in the government, and he really works against this treaty.
Yeah.
But a lot of other people are kind of lukewarm about this as well. What does a black, Spanish-speaking, mostly Catholic nation have in common with the United States at this point? You know, also, just in general, territorial acquisition it's kind of soured after the Civil War and all that new territory.
The United States is way less racist against Catholics now than they were. Our listeners should remember that. Because we were, there's still racism against people of color and anyone foreign.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you needs must remember that for quite a spell, Catholics were not looked favorably upon.
Yeah.
You need go no further than to ask Alfred E. Smith.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Senate is going to reject this treaty, and Grant is not going to give up on it. He will retaliate against Charles Sumner by firing Sumner's friend, who was ambassador to Britain, and he's going to support Sumner's eventual replacement as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. Sumner will thereafter lead a liberal Republican revolt against Grant's administration and oppose his 1872 re-election campaign.
Yeah.
Grant continues to try to get Santo Domingo. He sends a new commission out there, which includes Frederick Douglass on it.
Yeah.
They're going to recommend...
Frederick Douglass is in on it.
They come back recommending annexation, but they're not generating any more enthusiasm for this in the Senate or in the country. Grant was pretty obsessed with this for a few years.
Yeah.
And he really thought it was, going to be a great thing and didn't understand why other people didn't agree with him.
Yeah.
But it never really got going.
No, it didn't get off the ground.
And he had to give up on it. But it, caused a rift with Sumner, which became kind of a problem.
And then you have a foreign policy test over Alabama claims, which were American reparation claims against Britain for depredations caused by Confederate warships, especially the CSS Alabama, that were constructed in British shipyards in violation of Britain's official neutrality in the Civil War. Now, the Johnson administration had tried to negotiate a settlement, but radical Republicans led by Charles Sumner believed that Britain should be held responsible for the entire cost of the war after Gettysburg, arguing that the Confederacy could not have survived without those warships. Sumner demanded that Britain either pay $2 billion or cede Canada.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like that.
That's a pretty big, bold bargaining stance.
Yeah. So what's it going to come to?
Well,
Secretary of State Hamilton Fish. He welcomes a British diplomatic commission to D.C. and negotiates the Treaty of Washington. And this is going to agree to submit the Alabama claims to international arbitration. The treaty would be ratified by the Senate, and the following year, the arbitration tribunal met in Switzerland and awarded the U.S. $15.5 million smackaroos.
not any amount of chump change. That's a pretty big amount of money. Not $2 billion.
It's not $2 billion, and it's not Canada, or is it?
Well, that was a pretty smooth move by the Grant administration and Hamilton Fish to resolve that.
I agree.
Because blaming the Britain for this and asking for huge amounts of money in Canada was like kind of popular. People were outraged about this, and
but at the same time, a little bit foolhardy.
Yeah, it's a big ask, but by putting it in arbitration, the Grant administration could maintain its tough stance publicly on this. And they never had to back off that position. The administration can demand huge damages from Britain, while at the same time knowing that they're not going to get that and it will be resolved.
Yeah, they make off with $15.5 million.
The treaty also established separate arbitrations over fishing rights in Canadian waters and on a dispute over the San Juan Islands, which are located between Vancouver Island and Washington State. And this treaty has really been hailed for pioneering the use of international arbitration.
Indeed.
And for setting important precedents on the wartime obligations of neutral countries.
Absolutely. This is pretty serious. This is important. And I think that a lot of historians of Grant up until probably like the Chernow book, Grant just gets lambasted as, a failure as a president. Mm-hmm. And for a long time, he was ranked near the very, very bottom.
Yeah.
And if you really look at it, there were some topping examples.
Yeah, he has some solid achievements, and this is one of them.
Indeed. And this issue, this is one this is going to be plaguing us for a spell. Civil service reform. This is going to become probably the major issue post-Civil War.
Yeah, because the government bureaucracy has expanded like never before after the war. We got all this new territory.
The spoil system is ever more glaring.
Yeah, there are so many more spoils to hand out now that it's starting to be...
it's a serious problem.
It's like a problem. And Grant's first term has a series of patronage-related scandals.
Right.
You got a bribery ring over obtaining lucrative postal routes.
Yeah.
You got tax collection contractors extorting money through false tax evasion claims. And you got the New York Customs House taking bribes to allow the evasion of customs duties. Secretary of the Interior, Jacob Cox, resigned over resistance to his civil service reform efforts. And in response to that, Grant is going to appoint a temporary civil service commission, and he's going to express support for its recommendations, which include merit examinations and regulated hiring practices.
Yeah, something's got to give here. There's a lot going on. We're going to be talking about in the future episodes here, we'll be talking about credit mobilier and all sorts of things. And also, I think we're getting into the start of the most powerful Congress in the history of the United States, the House and the Senate and those therein.
Yeah,
what is the president's power?
Well, Grant is going to end up blaming this on Congress. He has,
exactly.
Another 1874, Grant named Benjamin Bristow as Treasury Secretary and Marshall Jewell as Postmaster General. They were both civil service crusaders who cleaned up their departments, but that was about as far as it went under Grant's term, because his support for civil service reform was like lukewarm at best.
Yeah.
Congress declined to adopt the Civil Service Commission's recommendations. It didn't make the commission permanent, and Grant kind of let it go.
Yeah, he did.
And the guy who, he started off choosing his cabinet without consulting anyone, and as his presidency goes on, he becomes more and more reliant on so-called party bosses.
Yeah.
Who are the spoils system, biggest offenders.
Yeah, and I think number one amongst these, New York Senator Roscoe Conkling.
Yeah, he's going to become a big Grant guy.
Yeah, and he's going to become maybe one of the most powerful men in the United States in the coming years.
Well, part of his power is that Grant will appoint his cronies to control the New York Customs House, which is the most lucrative appointment in the federal government.
Yep.
This is even after they were taking bribes.
Yeah, and this is going to come up again. The New York Customs House, remember that, listeners.
That's going to be big.
Indeed.
Grant will later say, quote, "Civil service reform rests entirely with Congress. If members will give up claiming patronage, that will be a step gained. But there is an immense amount of human nature in the members of Congress, and it is human nature to seek power and use it to help friends. You cannot call it corruption. It is a condition of our representative form of government. And yet if you read the newspapers and hear the stories of the reformers, you will be told that any asking for a place is corruption."
Yeah. Well, I mean, that really sums it up.
Yeah.
And it's going to bring us to the election of 1872. Now, we have a faction of the party calling themselves liberal Republicans that have broken from Grant and nominated their own presidential candidate, New York Tribune editor Horace Greeley, a staunch Grant critic. Liberal Republicans support lower tariffs and civil service reform and oppose what they call Grantism, meaning the corruption, fraud, and nepotism of Grant's administration and his embrace of the spoils system and party bosses like Roscoe Conkling and Simon Cameron. Liberal Republicans, they also oppose federal intervention in the South and favor amnesty for Confederates, literacy tests for black voters, and the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. You got Massachusetts Senator Henry Wilson. He's going to become Grant's new running mate after Vice President Schuyler Colfax alienated Grant supporters by declaring himself open to the presidential nomination should Grant not seek a second term. Not a great move. And after some liberal Republicans considered him for their own nomination.
Yeah, this liberal Republican revolt is what really kind of drives Grant into the arms of Roscoe Conkling.
That's right.
When the civil service reformers turn against him, he's left with the spoilers as his main base of support.
Yeah. And he has to rely on them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then in election of 1872, the Democratic Party, they're afraid of splitting the anti-Grant vote, so they also nominate Horace Greeley as their candidate. Grant is going to co-opt part of the liberal Republican platform by supporting civil service reform, in theory at least. He also supports lower tariffs and amnesty for some Confederates, although he maintains his stance in favor of federal intervention in the South.
Well, and then we got an interesting circumstance that comes up in regards to Greeley v. Grant.
Yeah.
Greeley dies before the Electoral College meets.
Yeah.
So, what do we do with his votes?
Well, in a way, it doesn't matter too much because they are not close to being enough to win.
Exactly.
But most of them end up being given to Democratic Indiana Governor Thomas Hendricks, future vice president. Grant had won the election by a pretty wide margin, bigger than his last victory.
Yeah.
He won 55.6% of the popular vote, won 31 out of 37 states, and an electoral college landslide, 286 to 66. Having destroyed the KKK, Southern African Americans voted in record numbers.
Yeah.
That's part of Grant's victory here.
That's it.
So he's going to launch into a second term.
That's it. And he's hoping to get off to a good start, but fate has other ideas.
Yep.
Because he's greeted almost immediately with the Panic of 1873.
Yep.
Now, in 1873, Grant signed the Coinage Act, and what this did was establish the gold standard and discontinued the silver dollar. Now, this is going to be an issue that is going to pop up way down the road. Mm-hmm. We're going to be talking about this with McKinley v. Bryan.
Yeah.
And free silver.
Yeah, the next 20-some years, silver versus the gold standard is going to be a major issue.
Now, this year, however, a period of economic overexpansion is going to come to an end in Europe and America. The railroad boom became overextended. And when the major banking firm J. Cook and Company collapsed after failing to sell several $1 million in railroad bonds, it triggers a wave of bank failures and the New York Stock Exchange suspends trading. 89 of the nation's 364 railroads went bankrupt.
Yep, Grant issued $10 million in government bonds to stabilize the market, but the Panic of 1873 would set off an economic depression that's going to last for 6 years or so.
Yeah.
Europe also experiencing a similar depression at the same time, lasting maybe even longer.
That made this one doubly hard, and I think that's why some historians, when they talk about different depressions, when we look at Martin Van Buren and what was dealt with, this one really hits.
Mm-hmm.
Not until the Great Depression.
Yeah, I think
are we going to see.
Yeah, I think this was actually called the Great Depression.
Right.
Before the actual Great Depression.
Right.
But Grant is going to stick to his hard money policy throughout this, even though that is increasing interest rates and it's making it more difficult for people who are in debt.
Yeah.
1874, Congress passed a bill that would inject the economy with $64 million in paper currency, and Grant vetoed it.
Yeah. He thinks that it's going to cause sharper inflation and weaken the value of the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And Yeah, so,
And,
yeah.
I mean, it would. It might help some people, but it hurts the dollar.
And what it's going to do is establish the Republican Party's strong commitment to the gold-backed dollar. But the economic downturn, that's really going to sting the party. And
That and
it's going
things.
it's going to flare up at the polls.
1874 midterm election, the Democrats win. They gain 92 seats in the House.
Yeah.
And they're going to control the House.
And that might be the strongest Democratic rejoinder in the years between Lincoln and Wilson.
Yeah. That's pretty
Or perhaps
big.
Cleveland.
And that's going to affect things in the South, because Grant's second term is going to have a lot more problems with Reconstruction in the South.
Yeah.
And, Democrats control the House. Grant was very strong on intervention with the KKK, but in his second term, public opinion in the North is kind of getting more sick of this.
Yeah.
The liberal Republicans are against it. The Democrats are against it. Southerners are going to keep, they're going to have a renewed push back against.
Yeah. And that's one thing that's important to remember, that with everything else we're discussing, that the pall of Reconstruction hangs over it. Mm-hmm. And
African Americans,
no easy fix.
They have their rights on paper, but
can it be enforced?
Yeah, whether that paper is going to be worth anything is what the battle is over.
Yeah.
And there are several states where things get pretty rough in.
Indeed.
1873 in Louisiana, both the Democratic and Republican candidates for governor claimed victory, and they were both sworn in.
Yeah.
In rival inaugurations.
Yeah, and how does that even happen? But it did. A federal judge goes on to declare the Republican candidate, William Kellogg, to be the real winner. The paramilitary White League refused to accept the ruling, and Grant ordered the army to enforce the court order. Kellogg is installed as governor, but the White League then attacked Colfax Courthouse to oust Kellogg's appointees as judge and sheriff. You have 100 black state militia troops protecting the courthouse killed.
50 of whom were captured and just straight up massacred.
Yeah.
The White League, this is, the KKK by another name.
Exactly.
This is when this is their comeback. And Grant will send in more federal troops. And order is restored again. But the following year, the White League and Democratic militia seize the State House in New Orleans. The Governor Kellogg is forced to flee, and James Longstreet.
Yeah, none other than James Longstreet leads 3,000 black militia and 400 metropolitan police against White League troops, which consisted of some former Confederate soldiers. Longstreet is shot during the engagement, pulled from his horse, and taken prisoner, and his militia is routed.
Wow. You see how, far things have gone.
Yeah.
Confederate General James Longstreet leading black troops in support of black civil rights, really.
Yeah.
And being dragged from his horse.
Being routed.
Grant sent in the army again, which restored Governor Kellogg to power. In 1875, both parties claimed a majority in the Louisiana state legislature, another controversy where federal troops under Philip Sheridan were occupying the legislative chamber and, at Kellogg's request, expelled 5 Democrats who claimed contested seats, installing a Republican majority.
Yeah.
And this is what it takes, over and over again. You need federal intervention to make sure that Republican election winners can hold their seats against a terrorist, militia organization that wants to just drag them out of power.
James, I've talked about the 1830s and 1840s perhaps being the most complicated time in American politics. Well, this era here that we're entering into now, the late 1860s, the 1870s, this is the dirtiest time in American politics. This is when the shiftiest, shadiest things go down.
Mm-hmm.
It's really something.
Yeah, it's going down. In 1874, in Vicksburg, Mississippi, which has a majority black population, it has white city officials threatening the life of Peter Crosby, who is the African-American county sheriff and tax collector. They're expelling him from office.
Right.
A Republican governor advised Crosby to use black militia to regain his office, which led to fighting that left 29 African Americans and 2 white Americans dead.
Yeah. So Grant, he's going to send in troops under Sheridan to restore peace and restore Crosby to office. In 1876, the Republican governor requested federal aid against white paramilitary groups terrorizing African Americans. By this time, Northern public opinion was increasingly hostile to intervention in the South. They don't want any part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But, good Lord, what are you to do? Grant deploys 3 companies of troops, but this is insufficient to halt this reign of terror, and few African Americans are able to vote on Election Day. Yeah, it's a travesty.
Yeah, the white supremacist, South is just, they're not giving up.
No.
They're kind of, they're just going to outlast Northern public opinion.
Yeah.
Because, hey, even before the Civil War, when, people were against slavery, they didn't really believe that African Americans were equal.
Yeah.
And even though now they've voted in favor of that, it's just how far are they willing to go? Ultimately, a lot of people in the North don't care.
Yeah.
And there's a limit to how much they're willing to fight.
And over 100 years later, it's about the same.
Mm. And Grant, he's at the vanguard. He still tries. He's still doing all he can. But this coming up towards the end of his presidency...
I think you could give Grant credit for trying.
Yeah.
With civil rights.
He was certainly never the one who said, let's give up on this.
Yeah.
Everyone...
I think he does deserve credit.
Everyone around him eventually gave up on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it.
In South Carolina, you got Democratic quote-unquote rifle clubs.
Yeah.
Who are the quote-unquote
the red shirts.
Red shirts. You got the White League, the red shirts.
Yep.
They are in revolt against the Republican governor of the state. In 1876, they're trying to elect former Confederate General Wade Hampton. Red shirts murder 5 African Americans in July. And then at the Ellington riot in September, they killed between 30 and 50 African Americans.
That prompts the Republican governor to declare martial law. But yet another riot in October leads to more deaths. Grant goes on to issue a presidential proclamation. He sends over 1,000 troops to South Carolina. Order's restored and the election occurred peacefully, but both candidates declare victory, and in 1877, Wade Hampton will emerge as the new governor.
Democrats taking back the South.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely.
The Republican...
Woodrow Wilson's history being written.
Yeah. Republicans winning the governorship in South Carolina is totally dependent on African Americans.
Oh, yeah.
And when red shirt rifle clubs aren't letting them vote, then the Democrats are going to win.
That's it.
And Grant is really making every effort he can, but
what can you do when it comes right down to it, you know? In hindsight, could have always done more, but
well,
you got to give him credit for realizing that it was a problem and trying to do something about it. But it's just, it didn't, you couldn't.
well, we're coming toward the end of Grant's term, and we've got a couple more corruption scandals.
Yep, that's it. You can't talk about the
Pretty bad
Grant.
ones.
You can't talk about the Grant presidency without corruption. And these are the things that I think for years, and honestly I'd argue until Turnough's book, have relegated Grant in the bottom tier in presidential rankings among historians. I think he's been reevaluated somewhat.
Yeah.
And I think this show will help to do that. But we have to
There are some
have
big...
the whatever it is with the chaff, and you know, the wheat with the
and
chaff. Yeah, the
There's-
weed with the
yeah.
chaff
There's
in
some
terms of
significant-
presidential
yeah,
treatment.
There's some significant chaff here.
Indeed.
In 1875, you got Treasury Secretary Benjamin Bristow discovering a widespread bribery scheme known as the Whiskey Ring,
Yeah.
in which tax collectors received bribes in exchange for allowing whiskey producers to avoid paying taxes on their whiskey production. And this is this is huge. This is very organized.
Yeah, it is a seriously organized, Bond villain plot.
Yeah. Bristow and Attorney General Edwards Pierpont launched an investigation that broke up the ring and resulted in 230 indictments and $3 million in recovered tax revenue. Among those indicted was Grant's personal secretary, Orville Babcock.
And that hit close to home.
Well, Grant refused to believe the evidence against Babcock. I think there was a letter in which he referred to this. He gave Grant this bullshit story that the letter was actually about something else, and Grant bought it, even though that did not make sense. And Grant will end up giving a deposition in favor of Babcock, leading to his acquittal, but tarnishing Grant's reputation. And that really kind of typifies Grant's role in this corruption.
It really does.
I think when he found out about the Whiskey Ring, he said, get them all. Take all the guilty men down. But then, he refuses to believe his friend is guilty.
Yeah.
Even though he's, right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sad position. He's in a tough spot. And he puts friends first, I suppose.
Yeah.
Bros before country woes.
Well, it's a sad situation.
It is. And, in 1870, speaking
There's
of,
another one.
In 1876, a congressional investigation discovered that War Secretary William Belknap was receiving significant kickbacks from contractors at Western military posts who held monopolies on trade with Indian tribes. Belknap resigned, and the House voted to impeach him anyway, and he was acquitted in the Senate only because some senators doubted whether an official could be impeached after resigning. Colonel George Armstrong Custer testified against Belknap in congressional hearings and implicated Grant's brother Orville as an investor in the scheme. It's hitting close to home. Grant is furious and retaliates by removing Custer from command of an upcoming expedition against the Lakota Sioux. Which brings us to our Indian policy under the Grant administration. One of the painful things that we're going to have to continue to discuss.
Yeah, and another thing where, Grant personally, he had contact with Indians when he was stationed on the West Coast in the 1850s, and he sympathized with them personally.
Yeah.
Just he freed the slave that he had. He sees African Americans as equals.
Yeah.
He has respect for a person. He, when he was in Mexico, he sympathizes with the Mexicans. So he has sympathy for Native Americans. He blames frontier violence on white settlement.
Right.
He knows that Indians aren't really, instigating this.
Right.
He's going to try to do something about it. He appointed the Native American Eli Parker, who was on his wartime staff, as Commissioner of Indian Affairs, and he announced a peace policy where he was going to seek to improve relations. He met with a lot of tribal chiefs. He created a board of Indian commissioners, which he populated with religious leaders who were going to favor humane treatment.
That's it. During Grant's first term, violence between Native Americans and white settlers declined. However, Grant also believed the Native Americans' hunting way of life was obsolete, and he favored their assimilation into white culture. He pocket vetoed a bill that would have banned whites from hunting buffalo, and during his presidency, buffalo were hunted nearly to extinction, eliminating a large part of the Native American food supply and making them more dependent on government handouts. It's a sickening, goddamn thing to talk about. It bloody bothers me. The Western Frontier Army is under the command of Grant's old friend, Philip Sheridan, who infamously said, quote, "The only good Indians I know are dead." Now, in 1870, Major William Baker massacred 173 Piegan Blackfeet in Montana, which led to a congressional ban on military officers serving as Indian agents. But in 1874, Sheridan's troops put down a Comanche revolt in Texas and forced the Comanche onto reservations. Also in 1874, gold is discovered in the Black Hills of the Dakota Territory. Now, that's land that had been set aside for the Sioux tribe. But there's gold on it. So Grant offers to buy the land for $25,000, but the Sioux refuse. Sheridan tells Grant that the army could not protect the Sioux from the settlers that were flooding the region in search of gold. And Grant ordered Sheridan to round up the Sioux and force them onto reservations.
Well,
a sickening chapter.
Some of the Sioux, along with some Cheyenne and Arapaho, under Chief Sitting Bull, are not going to stand for that.
No.
They refuse to comply, and the army is set against them. In June 1876, they dealt a crushing blow to the 7th Cavalry Regiment at the Battle of Little Bighorn, killing Colonel George Armstrong Custer and over 250 of his men.
A great day for true Native Americans.
Custer participating in that campaign as a subordinate after Grant had demoted him from command for testifying against Grant's brother.
Yeah, and unfortunately all this defeat does is shock the nation and prompts Grant to send additional troops to the region. So by 1877, the Great Sitting Bull, he's fled into Canada, and the remaining Sioux surrender. A valiant attempt. Grant will sign a proviso that gives the Sioux government assistance whilst depriving them of ownership of the Black Hills. Tough chapters.
Yep.
Of American history to talk about, James. Slavery, treatment of Native Americans. Boy, we've had to deal with it all here.
Yeah, we've talked about Native Americans in many previous episodes, and every time we talk about them, their land and their numbers keep getting smaller and smaller, and they're really getting down to the end here in any kind of resistance that they can make.
In about 30 years, you'll see the end of it. Sad.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where it ended. You had a president who personally, respected Native Americans, tried to put a policy in favor to help them, and really this is where it goes. I think, like, even before the United States was its own country, violence against Native Americans and white settlers taking Native American land has always been like a bottom-up policy.
Oh, it's part and parcel of the white man.
The British tried to stop settlers from going out there. Even like the early, Washington administration tried to do something, but the settlers keep going out there no matter what the government says. And ultimately, when white settlers clash with Indians, even if the white settlers kind of weren't supposed to be there, the government is always going to side with the white settlers.
Yeah.
And that's just going to end up in tragedy for the Indians over and over and over again.
Indeed.
And Grant, a president who was sympathetic, ultimately was carried along on some of the very, some very glaring, atrocities.
That's it. And that's another thing where maybe you can't knock Grant as harshly as maybe he was before.
Yeah, I mean...
Perhaps not. I mean, bad marks overall, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of Grant being personally responsible, maybe not so much.
I mean, yeah. I'd say in a way, like, no president can stop this kind of thing. We live in a...
No, perhaps not.
In a way, that's part of the problem of living in a democracy. Like, as much as Grant wanted to help African Americans in the South, when his voter base in the North gives up on it...
Yeah. What can he do?
There's nothing that a guy like Grant can do. And if you want to be sympathetic to Native Americans, well, when gold is found in the Black Hills, how are you going to... You can't stand against a gold rush in favor of what is ultimately a pretty small population of Native Americans that are even left at this point.
Ugh. Still sounds hurtful to say.
Mm-hmm. But, their interests don't mean anything to the white majority in America. So
certainly not.
A democratically elected president is limited in what he can do.
Yeah. And now the election of 1876 is coming up. And despite the Grant administration's many scandals, Grant is urged to seek a third term by stalwart Republicans and by his wife Julia, who reveled in the prestige and attention she received as First Lady. When Pennsylvania Republicans spoke in favor of a third term, Grant issued a categorical public denial while telling the disappointed Julia, quote, "I do not want to be here for another 4 years. I do not think I could stand it." Grant urged Secretary of State Hamilton Fish to seek the presidency, but Fish was in poor health and declined. Republicans went on to nominate Ohio Governor Rutherford B. Hayes, while Democrats nominated New York Governor Samuel J. Tilden. This election would be fraught with violence, intimidation, and fraud by Southern white supremacists. Widespread.
Yeah, despite Grant's attempts, they're losing control of the South, and that really affects this election.
It does.
Samuel J. Tilden wins the popular vote, 50.9 to 47.9, but neither candidate had a clear electoral college majority because 3 states where fraud was rampant.
Yeah.
South Carolina, Florida, Louisiana.
South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. We got people taking issue.
The states are submitting 2 sets of returns.
Yeah.
One for Hayes, one for Tilden. Like, you got states not inaugurating 2 different governors. Now you got them saying 2 different people won the election.
Yeah.
And those states will tip the electoral college balance So you got a constitutional crisis here.
You really do.
Because you got a Democratic House and a Republican Senate who together have to count the Electoral College votes, and there's not agreement on how to count them. On January 29, 1879, Grant signed a law creating a bipartisan electoral commission that would be composed of 5 senators, 5 representatives, and 5 Supreme Court justices. They review the results and vote 8-7 in favor of awarding all 3 states to Hayes, which allows him to edge out Tilden by 1 electoral vote.
Yeah.
Winning a majority by 1.
So we can't say that this is exactly unprecedented because of the corrupt bargain of 1824, but this one, kind of another different animal.
Well, Democrats accepted this result in part because Northern Republicans gave behind-the-scenes assurances that a Hayes administration would withdraw troops from the South and
Precisely.
end Reconstruction.
So, in a sense, it's another quote-unquote corrupt bargain.
Yeah. I think Ron Chernow's Grant book, he said that this bargain is kind of overrated in importance because
in a sense
this
it
was
is.
already like, this was the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
It was already pretty obvious that this is what was going to happen, and the Hayes administration, some Hayes allies just made it clear.
I don't think there would have been any difference in terms of policy in the South between a Tilden and a Hayes administration.
I mean, yeah.
I think probably the same things would have happened. I also kind of have a suspicion that Tilden's popular vote may have been...
Well, it was based on massive suppression of black voters.
Right. Hayes
we'll
probably would have won, but that's not to say that the policies would have been much different, because Hayes did kind of had to buckle.
Yeah, we just talked about how, having a President Grant who was strongly in favor of intervention, like he was at the end of his rope as to what he could do.
Yeah.
So almost no matter what the president thinks at this point, the country is over this.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about this a lot more probably in the Hayes episode.
Certainly.
But, that's how Grant's presidency is going to end.
Yeah.
Some good things, some bad things.
It's a tough time.
Yeah,
I think it's really hard to gauge Grant. Mm-hmm. Is it not? Because you have to almost look at it as the same standpoint as you would Lincoln. These are unprecedented times, and how you handle them. Andrew Johnson handled unprecedented times poorly. Mm-hmm. Grant, I think, handled them as best he could.
Yeah.
He trusted the wrong people, yes. And that's not the end of that. Spoiler alert for when we come back from the commercial break. Grant's days of trusting the wrong people are not over.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was very principled and had strong principles, but he had a lot of, blind spots for
indeed
people who took advantage of him.
Yeah.
And
I think his being the way he was allowed certain people to take advantage of him.
Yeah.
And that happens.
Yeah, and there was just a limit as to what, public opinion was going to put up with in terms of the South. And I think he really did, his best there, and that's probably the best thing that you could say for him, is he was...
I'd agree.
Really the last one who wanted to really enforce Reconstruction in the South.
Yeah. Well, because after him, as we'll find out in the next episode, Jim Crow is coming along.
Yep.
And is night a pretty sight. But that's the end of Grant's presidency, but it's not the end of Grant. And in fact, he may seek the presidency one more again.
We'll find out how he fares after these messages.
Thanks for listening.
The Dead Presidents Podcast is brought to you in part by Dr. J.N. Hobensack and Dr. J.B. Hobensack, who have a very important message. To the afflicted, unfortunate, and deluded, Dr. J.N. Hobensack and Dr. J.B. Hobensack, sons of Dr. J.W. Hobensack, have engaged in private and hospital practice for 30 years, curing diseases which destroy both mind and body, unfit you for the duties of life, and lead thousands to insane asylums and premature death. The doctors Hobensack devote their time entirely to these diseases and guarantee a cure in a short time and at little expense. They have attended and cured 80,000 cases. Their office is located at number 206 North 2nd Street in Philadelphia. Listeners, the doctors Hobensack are so good at what they do that they don't even have to examine you in order to make an ironclad guarantee that your mental illness can be quickly and cheaply cured. After 30 years in the biz, they haven't met a psychopath they can't fix in no time flat. Their track record speaks for itself. If not for them, 80,000 well-adjusted Americans would be stark raving lunatics to this day. And there's no way to fact-check that due to doctor-patient confidentiality, but if they're willing to say it in their advertisement, it must be true. So listeners, if you're a demented loon, call the doctors Hobensack and you could be success story number 80,001. That's a message from our sponsors, Dr. J.N. Hobensack and Dr. J.B. Hobensack.
We're proud to be sponsored by the St. Cloud Hotel, which publishes this important notice. Woman meat cook wanted for a small hotel in the country, all year round. Apply to the steward at St. Cloud Hotel on 42nd Street at the corner of Broadway. Ladies, we know that when you were a little girl, you would lay in bed dreaming of one day growing up and moving out to the country to take a job as a woman meat cook. Well, today is that little girl's lucky day. The St. Cloud Hotel has employed more than its fair share of man meat cooks, and none of them have quite worked out. Now they're looking to give the fairer sex a run at their extensive meat menu. They've got plenty of other cooks to handle vegetables and desserts and whatnot, so you'll be able to focus your attention exclusively on meat. If you act now, you could be one interview away from the exciting, fast-paced world of roasting, grilling, and broiling, frying, baking, and braising. Those are just 6 ways to cook meat, and you'll master them all and more when you've ensconced in your lucrative new career as a woman meat cook. That's a message from our sponsor, the St. Cloud Hotel.
Now an important message from our sponsor, Peter Kiefer. Dirt for sale. Persons wishing to fill their lots will do well to call on me at the Deep Cut in Fort Ball, as I can furnish it in any quantity. Listeners, are you in the market for some good old-fashioned dirt? Our sponsor, Peter Kiefer, is sitting on a gigantic pile of the stuff. There is literally no amount of dirt you could want to buy that he wouldn't be able to sell you. Get your ass down to Fort Ball today and walk away with as much dirt as you can carry. That's a message from our sponsor, Peter Kiefer.
Well, we thank all of our sponsors. And now, back to the show. And we're back, ready to dive headfirst into the post-presidential life of Ulysses S. Grant. Well, akin to Buchanan, Grant had some similar feelings upon leaving the presidency, saying, quote, "I was never so happy in my life as the day I left the White House. I felt like a boy getting out of school."
Yeah, pretty common sentiment, I think, for a lot of outgoing presidents.
Yeah.
Grant was really happy to get out of school because it's time for vacation.
That's it. Take a little tour.
He and Julia planned to go on a big tour, a world tour.
That's it. They went home to Ohio and Illinois, and then left Philadelphia on May 10th, 1877, on a steamer bound for Europe. In England, they dined with Queen Victoria at Windsor Castle. Old Queen Vic, sharing a dinner with General Grant.
Mm-hmm.
What a scene that would have been. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that. As a courtesy, the Hayes administration provided the Grants with transport aboard U.S. Navy ships, and Grant served as an unofficial ambassador promoting goodwill towards the United States. The Grants would go on to visit Germany, Switzerland, Italy, and Scotland before returning to England, where they stayed with their daughter Nellie, who was married to an Englishman. In Belgium, they met with King Leopold II. In France, the Grants endured strained relations because Grant, though neutral, had sympathized with Germany in the 1870 Franco-Prussian War, still upset over France's Monroe Doctrine violating intervention into Mexico in the 1860s.
Yeah, Grant also wasn't too big of a fan of Napoleon.
Yeah.
He acknowledged him as a military genius, but
that's important to say. I'm glad you brought that up.
Kind of thought he was kind of a shitty person, and wasn't really on board with the French celebration of him, which was still in, pretty full swing.
Yeah, indeed it was. The Grants they're going to go on to see more of Italy before visiting Egypt and Jerusalem, then Constantinople and Athens, where they met King George I of Greece. Back in Italy, they met King Umberto and Pope Leo XIII in Rome. In Venice, Grant said, quote, "It would be a fine city if only the canals were drained." Interesting.
I think that might have been a comment on the sanitary condition.
Yeah, could be.
Of the canals. The Grants are going everywhere.
Yeah.
At this point, they're a year into their trip. Now they're going to head to Paris, the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. In 1878, they are going to meet Tsar Alexander II in Russia, Emperor Franz Joseph I in Austria, King Wilhelm I in Prussia, King Alfonso XII in Spain, and King Don Louis I in Portugal.
Yeah.
Grant the president.
Quite a royal reception
of royalty throughout Europe. In 1879, the Grants visited Ireland before enjoying a Mediterranean cruise that took them back to Egypt, where they boarded a U.S. Navy ship that carried them through the Suez Canal to India, where Grant met with the British Viceroy, Lord Lytton.
Yes. And this brings us to something that we have brought up on the podcast before in the very first episode of the podcast, in our top 5 drunkest presidents.
Yeah, I don't think there were really any stories about Grant drinking during his presidency.
No. No.
But here's one. It's a little...
Yeah, this is a post-presidential imbibement.
Yeah. Well, it's a private letter. The Viceroy, Lord Lytton, leaving a somewhat ribald account.
Yes.
Grant's sojourn in India.
Right. Saying, quote, "On this occasion, our distinguished guest, the double ex-president of the great Western Republic, who got drunk as a fiddle, showed that he could also profligate as a lord. He fumbled Mrs. A, kissed the shrieking Mrs. B, pinched the plump Mrs. C black and blue, and ran at Miss D with the intent to ravish her. Finally, after throwing the female guests into hysterics by generally misbehaving like an elephant, the noble beast was captured by main force and carried by 6 sailors, which relieved India of his distinguished presence. The marine officer reports that when deposited in the public saloon cabin, where Mrs. Grant was awaiting him, this remarkable man satiated there and then his baffled lust on the unresisting body of his legitimate spouse, and copiously vomited during the operation. If you have seen Mrs. Grant, you will not think this incredible."
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a pretty wild story.
Indeed.
Well, Lord Lytton was actually not present at the time this alleged incident occurred, so it would have had to have been based on hearsay.
Right.
And it's undoubtedly heavily embellished for comic effect.
Yeah.
Can't
I mean, there's no way. Come on.
That Grant would be vomiting on Julia while having sex.
While having sex in public?
Who would know that? Yeah.
Come on.
But, all that exaggeration aside, you probably think that he probably did get drunk there. That probably had to have been at least...
Yeah, he might have got drunk and made some flirtatious comments. But I'm sure it wasn't Terry Jones as Martin Luther in Monty Python. Which is what that makes him out to be.
Mm-hmm. Well, the idea that he was not with Julia at the time he was drinking would be match up with his drinking patterns. But
indeed it would.
Well, hey, he's not president anymore. He can do what he wants.
Well, that's it. And, post this, the Grants, they're going to continue their tour. They then visited Burma, Siam, Singapore, and Vietnam before arriving in China, where Grant met with its head of government and discussed China's dispute with Japan over the Ryukyu Islands. Agreeing to serve as its mediator, Grant went to Japan and met with its emperor, suggesting a joint commission to settle the disputed territory. Japan soon unilaterally annexed the islands, but Grant's diplomacy had cooled down the situation and helped avert war. The Grants,
there he is,
making a mark on their little world tour.
And he had some good results out of international arbitration.
Yeah, that's it.
Making that suggestion
for better or worse,
Japan.
making their mark on their world tour, which will continue as they sail from Japan to San Francisco, where they arrive September 20th, 1879. They then embarked on a cross-country tour, including a reunion with William Tecumseh Sherman and 80,000 Army veterans in Chicago, and finally arrived back in Philadelphia December the 16th, over 2.5 years after their departure.
Wow.
Quite a little tour.
Quite a trip.
Indeed.
An epic journey.
Yeah, and they're coming back at perhaps a propitious time.
Yeah.
The election of 1880 is coming up.
Yeah, and one of the reasons they had stayed abroad so long was that his political allies, led by Senator Roscoe Conkling,
Yeah, the all-powerful Roscoe Conkling.
they're angling him to have him run for a third term as president in the 1880 election.
That's it.
The world tour keeps Grant's name in the headlines while also keeping him out of the fray of American politics.
It's perfect strategy.
He doesn't have to answer reporters' questions in Japan. Grant's son later wrote, quote, "While father was abroad, his political friends arranged that he should try again for the third term, and they had gone so far in their arrangements that when he returned, he felt in justice to them that he ought to go on. The presidency was not a thing to be sought for, neither was it a thing to be refused. He never sought position, but when it came to him, he felt it his duty to accept, if he could fill the place. He was also incapable of supposing his friends to be selfish."
That's it. And that really sums up his father in a great way. He is incapable of supposing his friends to be selfish.
Yeah, and when
That's what tarnished his presidency.
Yeah, and when that friend is Senator Roscoe Conkling, that's
Yeah.
a pretty big blind spot.
Indeed. Julia, however, she's enthusiastic about returning to the White House, and she urges Grant to press his chances by attending the Republican convention in person, which he refuses to do. When the convention meets in Chicago in June 1880, Grant had more support than any other candidate.
He comes in kind of as the front runner.
He really does. Conkling is going to place his name in nomination, saying, quote, "When asked which state he hails from, our sole reply shall be, he hails from Appomattox and its famous apple tree."
Still banking on the Civil War hero reputation.
Indeed.
On the first ballot at the convention, Grant received 304 votes against 284 for Maine Senator James G. Blaine and 93 for John Sherman, General Sherman's brother.
That's right.
Who had been Treasury Secretary and Senator from Ohio. But you need a majority of all delegates to win the nomination, and this convention was deadlocked, and it stayed that way. Those top three candidates held on to pretty much the same level of support for over 30 ballots. And on the 34th ballot, 16 Wisconsin delegates voted for Ohio Representative James Garfield, who was present.
Yeah, and he actually raises to object a point of order.
He had not consented to his
Yeah.
name being used in nomination. But on the next ballot, Garfield was up to 50 votes. And on the 36th ballot, almost all of Blaine and Sherman supporters switched to Garfield, who won the nomination with 399 votes against 306 for Grant.
Yeah. Now, we'll be talking about this in the future.
Yeah.
What role did Garfield really play in this?
We'll be getting into that in the Garfield episode. And
Yeah, Garfield, if you listeners haven't guessed by now, well, one of my three favorites
We'll also be getting into this in the Chester Arthur episode. Because
Indeed.
as a consolation to the Grant-supporting, Conkling, stalwart Republicans, the vice presidential nomination was offered to Chester Arthur, the former New York Customs House appointee.
Who got booted from the office by Hayes, and we'll be talking about that in the next episode.
Arthur ignored his patron Conkling's advice to reject the nomination and became vice president. Grant said, quote, "I can't say I regret my own defeat. By it I shall escape 4 years of hard work and 4 years of abuse."
That's it. Grant's going to go on to campaign for Garfield, who will go on to defeat the Democratic nominee, General Winfield Scott Hancock. But when Garfield refused to cater to Conkling's patronage preferences, Conkling resigned in protest, and Grant said he was, quote, completely disgusted with Garfield, and told a newspaper that, quote, Garfield is a man without backbone, a man of fine ability, but lacking stamina. That's not necessarily fair, I don't think.
No.
Conkling resigned because he thought that he was above being able to resign. He thought that he would resign and the people would protest,
Yeah.
and he would get put back in. And it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, we'll be getting into more of this.
Yeah,
Garfield.
this is a larger story. But as for
Garfield,
Grant's part,
yeah, it doesn't necessarily reflect great on Grant that he sides with Conkling over Garfield.
yeah, it really doesn't. It really doesn't.
Garfield, of course, not going to last that long.
Yeah,
dying,
about 6 months.
dying from an assassin's bullet that poor medical treatment led into being a fatal infection.
Indeed. It was exacerbated and he would pass away.
Spoiler alert.
Indeed.
But
But in the meantime, Grant,
he's got to
well,
make a living for the
that's
rest of his
it.
life.
and they've been living well above their means.
Yeah. They blew a fortune on that world tour.
Right.
And they've been living in a fancy New York hotel for a while when they got back. But hey, in 1881, some Wall Street admirers created for Grant a $250,000 retirement fund that was going to pay him $15,000 a year in interest, while more donors gave the Grants a $100,000 house in New York City.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a good look.
No.
Pretty suspicious, honestly. And
It is.
the Grant, could accept these gifts, and kind of the ones that he got right after the war. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, accept them he did. And to generate even more income, Grant helped to start a venture to build a Mexican railroad. The Grants had visited Mexico before the 1880 convention, where Grant met with his friend Matias Romero, former Mexican ambassador to the U.S., and planned to build a railroad from Mexico City to Mexico's southern border. Its investors included Jay Gould of Gold Ring infamy. After the company was incorporated by the New York State Legislature, Grant and Romero successfully lobbied the Mexican government to authorize the project. Grant then got President Chester Arthur to negotiate a free trade agreement with Mexico, but Congress rejected it. Construction on the railroad began in 1883, but the project encountered numerous delays until it ran out of money and folded in 1884.
Yeah, that project, it was pretty juiced in there for a while. New York legislature, Mexican government, the president.
Yeah.
Didn't get over the line with Congress, and
Yeah.
ultimately it failed. But, well, What else is Grant going to do?
Speaking of failures.
Well, in 1880, after his son Buck had made huge profits investing with a young Wall Street financier named Ferdinand Ward, Grant agreed to enter into a partnership with Ward and lent his name to the firm Grant and Ward. At just 30 years old, Ward was known as, quote, the young Napoleon of finance. He had been called America's most successful financier, and he was predicted to be a future Treasury Secretary. Grant invested everything he had in the firm, as did most of Grant's family and friends. Ward worked his magic, and for a while Grant and his friends saw huge returns, which attracted even more investors to the firm. Grant, relying wholly on Ward at this time, never inspecting the firm's books, often signing papers without reading them. He's just sitting back, cashing checks.
Yeah.
Has no idea what's going on.
Yeah. And unbeknownst to him, Ward is pretty much operating a Ponzi scheme, using new investors' funds to pay off old investors and pledging the same securities as collateral for multiple loans. In May 1884, the jig was up. Ward told Grant that the Marine National Bank was in trouble, jeopardizing a deposit the firm had there, and that he needed an emergency $150,000 loan for 24 hours. Grant begged William Vanderbilt for the loan, promising it would be repaid the next day. The next day, however, Ward asked for another $500,000 loan, which Vanderbilt refused to give. The day after that, the Marine National Bank had failed, and Ward had disappeared. Grant and his 3 sons lost their life savings. The stock market plunged, and 9 financial institutions failed. When the books were examined, it was determined that the firm owed almost $17 million, but had only $68,000 in assets.
Wow.
Yeah. We're talking bad news bears.
Oh, yeah. One financier said, quote, the transactions of Grant and Ward constituted the most colossal swindle of the age. You know, Grant, he thought that he was worth like about $1 million. And then a couple days later, he was worth nothing. Literally nothing. Ward, he ended up spending 6 years in prison over this, but he never really expressed remorse for what he had done. And though Grant had no money at all, he insisted on repaying Vanderbilt for the $150,000 loan.
That's striking, is it not?
I mean, that's, you know, he had asked for that loan.
Yeah.
He'd given his word. And Vanderbilt would accept Grant's home in repayment, but insisted that Grant keep living there. And he accepted some of Grant's Civil War memorabilia, which he later donated to the U.S. government.
Well, at least he did that.
Grant is back to being penniless.
Yeah.
And,
his troubles aren't over.
nope.
No, because 1 month after Grant and Ward collapses, Grant was eating a peach, and upon swallowing it, he exclaimed, "I believe something has bit me from that peach." And he had a sharp pain in his throat. He puts off seeing a specialist for several months. Too many months. But in November 1884, he's diagnosed with throat cancer. The cause? Decades of constant cigar smoking. Grant was a heavy smoker.
Oh, yeah. I think that's part of...
Some estimates go up to 50 cigars a day.
I think that's part of how he would not drink.
Yeah.
Is to smoke cigars constantly.
Yep.
His doctor advised him to cut down to 1 cigar per day, but he quit entirely. His pain in his throat continued to worsen, and it became a harrowing ordeal every time he drank water or ate food.
Yeah, he couldn't swallow without pretty bad pain.
He's just in agony here. And by the way, he's now penniless.
Yeah, he's desperate for money.
Before
Before he was even diagnosed with cancer, he had written some accounts of his Civil War campaigns for Century magazine for $500 each. Well, Century went on to offer Grant a contract to write a full memoir. And after he learned that he was dying of cancer, he accepted.
Yeah, he's staring down the barrel of, dying and leaving his wife and family with nothing.
With nothing.
His family had lost all their money in Grant.
Yeah, they'd be completely screwed if he were to just die.
And so he's got to do something. And he's got a book contract. People want his memoir. And then old Sam Clemens, a.k.a. Mark Twain, he found out that Century was only offering Grant a 10% royalty. He told Grant he was worth a lot more than that. And Grant ended up accepting the offer of Twain's own publishing company to give him a 75% royalty after expenses.
Now, how's that for a difference? 10% to 75%?
Twain putting in a high bid to steal this book contract away.
And Grant knows that he's on a timer.
Mm-hmm.
And he works as hard as is humanly possible. Writes in a clear, concise, no-frills style, producing 336,000 words in 1 year, whilst dying of cancer. He finishes these memoirs mere days before his death.
Yeah. It's almost like he was holding on just to finish them. And
Really?
when he was done, he could let go.
That's it. He briefly covered his childhood and West Point experience before delving into the Mexican-American War, but the bulk of the memoirs is devoted to the Civil War. Grant did not cover his marriage or family life, his presidency, or his post-presidential life. He never mentioned the anti-Semitic General Order No. 11. He also never acknowledged his drinking problem and wrote that his 1854 resignation from the Army was because he couldn't afford to bring his family to the Pacific coast. Twain later regretted this omission, saying, quote, "I wish I had thought of it. I would have said to General Grant, put the drunkenness in the memoirs, and the repentance and reform. Trust the people." Twain opined that Grant's memoirs were on par with Julius Caesar's famous commentaries. He said, quote, "There is no higher literature than these modern simple memoirs. Their style is flawless. No man can improve upon it."
Yep, Ron Chernow said that Grant's book, widely viewed as a masterpiece, is probably the foremost military memoir in the English language, written in a clear, supple style that transcends the torment of its composition. Twain would aggressively market the book and employ Civil War veterans as agents to make door-to-door sales calls in their old uniforms. 350,000 two-volume sets were sold, more copies than any previous book in so short a time, and Julia would end up receiving $450,000 in royalties.
Much needed.
So Grant succeeded in what he had set out to do with that book, and
Indeed.
provided support for Julia for the rest of her life.
Yes, because within a week of finishing his memoirs on July 23rd, 1885, at the age of 63, Grant finally succumbed to his throat cancer, surrounded by family in an upstate New York cottage where he had gone to finish his book. His last recorded words were, quote, "water." But near the end he said, quote, "I am ready to go. No Grant ever feared death. I am not afraid to die." His funeral in New York City was attended by a record 1.5 million people. His pallbearers included Sherman and Sheridan, as well as Confederate generals Simon Bolivar Buckner and Joseph Johnston. At the time, Grant was mentioned alongside George Washington and Abraham Lincoln in the top echelon of American heroes. A private committee, the Grant Monument Association, raised money and constructed a mausoleum in Manhattan, which became the final resting place of Grant and later Julia, who died in 1902.
And that's the end of Ulysses S. Grant.
Indeed. What a life.
Very important.
And we know who's buried in Grant's tomb. Why, it's Grant.
True.
Yep.
And false.
Yeah.
They're actually above ground, so they're not buried.
Indeed.
Clever little riddle. Is that Groucho Marx's riddle?
I think it is.
Yeah. We approach the end of the episode. We, as far as books on Grant go, I, definitely recommend the Ron Chernow.
Well, yeah.
It's what I've read. We mentioned that a couple times.
I can't think of anything else other than that to say this is where you go first.
I mean, there were a few other recent biographies of him as well in the years, I think, before. H.W. Brands wrote one. I think Gene Edward Smith has one.
Both great writers.
Ronald White? There's one called American Ulysses, I think. Those are all pretty recent ones. Those, along with Chernow's, are, I think, what kind of resurrected Grant from the bottom tier of presidents. And a maybe more modern respect for...
Yeah, I really feel that Chernow, more than anybody, has elevated Grant from the dingy gases of history.
Yeah, he's really one of the best, if not the best, biographers.
Phenomenal.
Obviously, his Washington and Hamilton biographies are among my favorites.
Indeed.
And the Grant's really good. He, I think, talks a lot about Grant's drinking and really tracks that.
Yeah.
And, goes out of his way to give Grant credit for destroying the KKK and the efforts that he made in the South during his presidency. But also doesn't shy away from criticizing him for kind of all the corruption that swirled around him and the blindness that he had to a lot of that.
Yeah. There's also, for the less reading inclined amongst you listeners, phenomenal PBS documentary, American Experience documentary on Grant, and a relatively newer History Channel documentary produced by Leonardo DiCaprio on Grant, which is recommended viewing, highly recommended viewing, as far as I
Yeah, I think at one point there was supposed to be, a film in the works where Leo DiCaprio was going to play Grant.
I heard that, too.
I don't know if that is dead or not, and maybe that documentary is kind of the consolation.
Well, he produced it, and it's bloody good.
Yeah. And also Grant's memoirs as recommended.
Yeah, Grant's memoirs, definitely recommended reading.
Yeah, really great. We talk about the presidential homes that we visited. We did see Grant's...
The boyhood home.
Boyhood home in, I think that's Point Pleasant.
Outside of
Ohio,
Springfield?
Maybe Springfield, Ohio? I don't know.
Yeah.
It was kind of, I forget. It was near Cincinnati. We went there the same day that we went to the Taft home. The Grant Boyhood home was closed when we went there, so we just looked at it from the outside.
But there's more to Grant that we will explore in the future.
I think he has a home in Galena. The house in upstate New York where he died is preserved, and I think there are one or two more as well. He lived, a lot of different places.
Yeah.
Never really settled in his whole life, really.
No. He's a rambling man. So how do we sum up this rambling man, James? Well, I suppose we don't, do we? No, we leave it up to his contemporaries. Starting with Frederick Douglass, who said, quote, Ulysses S. Grant, the most illustrious warrior and statesman of modern times, the captain whose invincible sword saved the Republic from dismemberment, made liberty the law of the land, a man too broad for prejudice, too humane to despise the humblest, too great to be small at any point. In him, the Negro found a protector, the Indian a friend, a vanquished foe a brother, an imperiled nation a savior.
Pretty nice. Yeah, I think that says a little bit about Grant's Indian policy, that someone like Frederick Douglass would refer to him as a friend to the Indians, even after some of the reprehensible stuff that ended up happening.
Well, that says a couple different things, but...
Yeah. Well, we've also got Charles Sumner, who said in 1872, after his break with Grant, quote, "Of our president it will be said willingly, first in war, but the candid historian will add, first in nepotism, first in gift-taking repaid by official patronage, first in presidential pretensions, and first in quarrel with his countrymen."
Ouch. You got James Longstreet in 1885 saying, quote, "He was the truest as well as the bravest man that ever lived."
Wow.
High praise.
Indeed. You also have some high praise from Robert E. Lee, who said, quote, "I have carefully searched the military records of both ancient and modern history and have never found Grant's superior as a general."
Wow. And that's from Robert E. Lee. Did you hear that, Southerners? You also have James Garfield saying in 1874, quote, "He has done more than any other president to degrade the character of cabinet officers by choosing them on the model of the military staff because of their pleasant personal relation to him, and not because of their national reputation and the public needs." Not necessarily good.
Future president. Well, Grant would go on to campaign for Garfield after he said that. I don't know if that was a public comment or private.
Must have been private. Last but not least,
we have Walt Whitman.
Yes.
The great poet, who says of Grant, quote, "What a man he is, what a history, what an illustration, his life, of the capacities of that American individuality common to us all. Cynical critics are wondering what the people can see in Grant to make such a hubbub about. They aver that he has hardly the average of our day's literary and scholastic culture, and absolutely no pronounced genius or conventional eminence of any sort. Correct. But he proves how an average Western farmer, mechanic, boatman, carried by tides of circumstance, perhaps caprices, into a position of incredible military or civil responsibilities, may steer his way fitly and steadily through them all, carrying the country and himself with credit year after year, command over 1 million armed men, fight more than 50 pitched battles, rule for 8 years a land larger than all the kingdoms of Europe combined, and then, retiring quietly with a cigar in his mouth, make the promenade of the whole world, through its courts and coteries, in kings and czars and mikados, as phlegmatically as ever he walked the portico of a Missouri hotel after dinner. Seems to me it transcends Plutarch. How those old Greeks indeed would have seized on him, a mere plain man, no art, no poetry, a common trader, money-maker, tanner, farmer of Illinois, general for the Republic in the War of Attempted Secession, president following, a task of peace more difficult than the war itself. Nothing heroic, as the authorities put it, and yet the greatest hero. The gods, the destinies, seem to have concentrated upon him.
Amen. What a nice summation from Walt Whitman on really the Sphinx that is Grant.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we here at the Dead Presidents Podcast have unraveled Grant in all his multifacets and enabled you, our dear public, to learn from his life.
With that, we will follow our custom of leaving the final noise on Grant
That's right.
to our favorite band and yours, the
Our
Constitutionalists.
beloved Constitutionalists, with the final sound on Ulysses S. Grant. This is Ulysses S. Grant. Until next time, I'm Stephen Lincoln Douglas,
And I'm James J. Hamilton.
and this has been the Dead Presidents Podcast.
Thanks for listening.
Rise! Only to say that I do not intend to say anything. The art of war is simple enough. Find out where your enemy is. Get at him as soon as you can. Strike him as hard as you can. And keep moving on. The Jews as a class, violating every regulation of trade established by the Treasury Department, and also department orders, are hereby expelled from the department.